Council of Central APTISI, Advisory Board of the Alliance of Indonesian Higher Education Institutions or APERTI Central Banten, Honorary Advisory Council of Central Association of Computing and Informatics Institutions Indonesia or APTICOM, Advisory Council of the Association of Indonesian Private Higher Education Organizations or ABPPTSI Banten, the Council of Chamber of Commerce and Industry or KALIN Banten, Honorary Central Business Entrepreneur Association or APINDO Banten, Advisory Board of Lecturer Association of Indonesia or ADI Banten. His experience work as a president director for many companies, commissioner, director, and council of many companies, and also a member of Legislative Parliament for 2 periods, and as the head of commission for 6 times. He also got the appreciation from Regent and Mayor for 8 times, from Governor for twice, from the Ministry for times, and from President for twice, and Profession of Business Entrepreneur for 12.
Dr. Theobas, time is yours.
Thank you, Paul. I'm sorry, saya bahasa Indonesia ya, kurang bagus bahasa Inggris. Terima kasih semuanya, selamat pagi, selamat datang. Terima kasih kepada seluruh peserta yang saya lihat semuanya ini dalam dan luar negeri cukup banyak mengikuti acara ICOSTECH ini. Satu acara yang sangat bagus yang untuk kita ke depan tentu saja ini menjadikan bagian yang tidak terpisahkan daripada program pemerintah Indonesia, juga barangkali secara dunia internasional. Saya berkebetulan sedang dipercaya sebagai rektor pada Universitas Raharja yang kedudukannya di Kota Tangerang. Ini terus terang universitas yang masih baru, belum banyak secara aktivitas secara internasional. Namun kami terus banyak belajar untuk bisa menyesuaikan dengan universitas yang lain yang ada di Indonesia khususnya. Terima kasih pada peserta yang saya lihat banyak sekali, ini dari India, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Malaysia, China, Pakistan, Singapura, United Arab Emirates, Georgia, Oman. Ini satu peserta yang banyak memberikan kontribusi kepada negara kita, tentu dalam hal kita berkolaborasi untuk keilmuan di bidang research. Sekarang kita bisa maju bersama, tidak ada batasan dengan kemajuan secara global. Ini tentu menjadikan kewajiban kita sebagai anak bangsa untuk bisa mengikuti segala event-event yang selenggarakan secara global, karena ke depan tentu ini menjadikan generasi-generasi terus kita yang akan lebih baik lagi nanti mengikuti sesuatu yang sudah kita mulai dari sekarang. Saudara-saudara dan para seluruh peserta dari dalam dan luar negeri, para peneliti yang hari ini akan mengikuti acara ICOSTECH. Ini adalah satu kesempatan yang baik bagi kami, Universitas Raharja juga sangat berkebetulan memang hari-hari banyak kesibukan, dan pada satu hari datang Pak Husni ya, datang ke sini untuk bisa mengajak kita bersama-sama dengan Universitas dari Batam bergabung untuk menyelenggarakan acara ini. Saya bilang ya biasa, bisa saja, yang terpenting dengan segala kekurangan yang ada pada kami mohon dimaklumi, karena kegiatan di sini cukup banyak. Sebentar sore juga ada kegiatan internal secara nasional yang di dalam sini juga mungkin banyak yang ikut, yaitu KORIS, yaitu bagian daripada ATICOM. Organisasi di Indonesia memang banyak, tadi disebutkan organisasi yang beraliansi dengan dunia pendidikan, ada PIKOM, ada KORIS, ada APTISI, ini semua tentu bagian-bagian yang memang menjadi tugas penting untuk bisa mengawal pendidikan di Indonesia, di mana pemerintah sebagai regulasi, kita semua sebagai kontrol dan bersama-sama untuk melanjutkan, menjalankan program-program pendidikan untuk arah ke depan yang lebih baik. Saudara-saudara sekalian, sekali lagi terima kasih banyak atas kepercayaannya terhadap Universitas Raharja. Semoga acara seperti ini ya terus bisa dilanjutkan dari tahun ke tahun berkesinambungan. Kita memang telah juga beberapa kali ikut menjadi host, dimulai kalau nggak salah di Bali dan di sini juga di tempat lain. Acara semacam yang baik ini yang kita lihat semakin hari semakin berkembang, semakin banyak pesertanya dalam dan luar negeri. Ini saya pernah berbicara dengan Pak Husni, dan hari ini juga satu kehormatan kita dihadiri juga oleh Ketua Aptikom kita, Profesor Zainal Arifin Hasibuan, kebetulan ada di sini. Beliau adalah satu tokoh yang membawa kita semua di dalam pendidikan, khususnya di bidang riset atau IT yang di Indonesia. Beliau sekarang sedang dipercayakan sebagai Ketua Aptikom, dan di bawahnya banyak sekali kegiatan-kegiatan aktivitas riset yang memang dimulai dimotori oleh Aptikom, berkembang maju di Indonesia. Ini tidak lain adalah kita sadar betul negeri ini memerlukan tangan-tangan terampil seperti beliau, pemikiran-pemikiran yang hebat, yang pada akhirnya kita semua sebagai generasi penerus untuk bisa mencontoh, melanjutkan, yang pada akhirnya kita bisa bersama-sama maju, ya khususnya di ASEAN, bahkan lebih jauh di dunia. Saya kira itu yang dapat saya sampaikan. Sekali lagi terima kasih kepada semua peserta. Semoga acara ini sukses selalu dan kita bisa sama-sama mengikuti dengan baik. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for your warm welcoming speech, Dr. P.O. Abbas. Ladies and gentlemen, next agenda is the second welcoming speech by the chairman of Aptikom. In this special occasion, let's welcome Professor Insinyur Zainal Arifin Hasibuan, MLS, PhD.
Professor Insinyur Zainal Arifin Hasibuan, MLS PhD, is the chairman of the Association of Informatics and Computer Science, Aptikom. His various writings and journals have inspired local and international universities to develop the world of technology. In the world of journal writing, he has dozens of national-level journals and 79 international journals. He was director of Center of Excellence at Dian Nuswantara University in the area of artificial intelligence. He also received various awards, one of which was the Outstanding Paper Award in ICOSTECH from the Global IT Research Institute. Please give applause and welcome Professor Insinyur Zainal Arifin Hasibuan, MLS PhD.
Profesor Zainal Arifin, time is yours.
Baik, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
A very good morning to everyone. It is my pleasure to welcome all in this International Conference of Science and Technology 2022 with the themes of Sustainable Science and Technology Future Resources Development. It's very challenging to all of us, and in this conference, hopefully interaction among us can spring the knowledge, the technology, the innovation that can answer all the problems and challenges now and the futures. Again, I would like to extend my gratitude to the keynote speaker, invited speaker in this international conference. Hopefully, everyone can get ideas, new knowledge, new creations, new innovations through this conference. And also, we would like to strengthening our collaboration, our network, so that the sustainable science and technology future resource development can be realized. Again, I would like to appreciate and thanks the host of this conference and also to the all participants. Please enjoy the conference, get as much as possible, whatever you can get, especially in the science and technology development. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for your meaningful welcoming speech, Professor Zainal Arifin. Ladies and gentlemen, now let's welcome the opening speech delivered by our guest editor of ICOSTECH 2022, Professor Dr. Abdul Wahab Abdul Rahman.
Professor Dr. Abdul Wahab Abdul Rahman, MSEE BSc, started his career with Hewlett Packard Singapore as a production engineer and was then given the post of R&D project manager in 1982. Professor Abdul Wahab had published more than 100 conferences, journal, patent and book captures in areas of digital and optical computing, signal processing, artificial intelligence, and computational neuroscience. His areas of expertise covers digital system design based on reconfigurable logics, speech processing especially in the areas of speech enhancement, speech recognition, and speaker identification, and integrating signal processing with fuzzy neural networks, especially in the areas of cerebellum. Please big welcome to Professor Dr. Abdul Wahab Abdul Rahman, MSEE BSc.
Professor Abdul Wahab, time is yours, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
First of all, I would like to say Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin and praise be to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala that we are able to be here in this ICOSTECH 2022 conference. It is our deepest appreciation to have all of you here in this international conference on science and technology 2022, and we hope that ICOSTECH 2022 can garner support from both academicians and the industry alike for researchers and developers to discuss and present their latest research findings, thus driving technologies towards the betterment of the Ummah at large. Although this year ICOSTECH 2022 will be virtual online platform, we are sure that all our researchers and industry partners can benefit from the conference. I hope that discussion in the conference will provide continued support to develop further the research till its success through implementing the research for human benefits, thus providing a sustainable platform for our future. Inshallah, as indicated, all accepted papers will be submitted for the IEEE Explore inclusion. Thus, it is imperative that we ensure that all accepted papers are of high quality and standard meeting the IEEE Explore requirements. Main tracks for this year ICOSTECH 2022 covers renewable energy, blockchain technology, learning platform, and are not limited to decentralization. In the renewable energy track, it covers some case studies on how transformation is in progress and the economic benefits to support renewable energy in ensuring sustainability of such technology for future direction. Security issues in renewable technology were also addressed through the use of emerging technology
such as blockchain and many more. In track 2, we have the blockchain technology. It is the emerging technology, and we can see the future of blockchain technology, and will be presented on latest issues of blockchain technology for tracking and authentication. Blockchain technology has been used, for example, in Malaysia, we have used them for e-scroll, where verification and authentication is being carried out for the university scroll, and many more that can be achieved. The COVID-19 outbreak is an example, even good examples of how learning platform has transformed from just a simple face-to-face type of teaching and learning to an innovative online learning with unlimited teaching and learning experience to be shared. In this track 3, it is an interesting session, not limited to just technology, but how technology has been used as applied in various practical environments. I am sure participants are more than happy to share some of their findings and what next in our future online teaching and learning for sustainability. Decentralization and security may not sound synergy, but researchers have used technology to enable high security with decentralized storage and many more. Track 4 provides the various decentralization from storage and education to management. We do hope that all authors will submit their extended papers for publication in the Frontiers in Education and other journals that we can assist for the publication. Finally, we welcome you virtually to ICOSTECH 2022, and we hope that you will take advantage of the online platform to connect to the rest of the researchers and can benefit all of our future endeavor in ensuring a sustainable future for the world, inshallah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Profesor Abdullah.
In this international conference, 214 papers were submitted, 83 papers were accepted, and 131 papers were rejected. The percentage of papers accepted was 39% from 12 countries and 2 continents. 12 countries involved in this international conference of ICOSTECH 2022: Indonesia, India, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Malaysia, China, Pakistan, Singapore, United Arab Emirates, Netherlands, Georgia, Oman. To ICOSTECH 2022.
We would like to express our sincere gratitude to Professor Abdul Wahab Abdul Rahman for your opening speech and officially open. Ladies and gentlemen, before moving to the next agenda, we are going to have a photo session. Thus, for all participants, please turn on your camera. Okay, I will count. 1, 2, 3. Again. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, to obtain blessings and success of this agenda, let us pray together to God Almighty. In this occasion, the praying will be led by Dr. Sudaryono.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Astaghfirullahaladzim, astaghfirullahaladzim, astaghfirullahaladzim. Alladzi la ilaha illa huwal hayyul qayyum wa atubu ilaihi. Rabbi shrahli sadri wa yassirli amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Allahumma binuri tayatika kama wa taradu binuri samsika abadan bi rahmatika arhamar rahimin. Ya Allah, ya Rahman, ya Rahim, pagi ini sampai sore nanti kami melaksanakan ICOSTECH, ya Allah. Ridhoilah acara ini, ya Allah. Berikanlah kelancaran, ya Allah, sampai selesai, ya Allah. Rabbana taqabbal minna innaka antat tawwabur rahim. Rabbana la tuzigh qulubana ba'da idh hadaytana wa hab lana min ladunka rahmah. Allahumma inni as'aluka salamatan fid din wa afiatan fid din wa barahmatan qabla al-maut wa rahmatan dal maut. Rabbana dalamna anfusana wa illam taghfir lana wa tarhamna lanakunanna minal khasirin. Rabbana atina ya Allah fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar wa qina adzabannar wa qina adzabannar. Ifati subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Amin ya rabbal alamin. Thank you for the prayer. We hope that this conference will run well and all of us can obtain meaningful insights from this International Conference on Sciences and Technology Innovation 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of the opening ceremony of the ICOSTECH 2022. Just stay tuned because after this, we are directly having our first distinguished keynote speaker. I'm Yudi Setiawan. Thank you for attending. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
In this international conference, 214 papers were submitted, 83 papers were accepted, and 131 papers were rejected. The percentage of papers accepted was 39% from 12 countries and 2 continents. 12 countries involved in this international conference of ICOSTECH 2022: Indonesia, India, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Malaysia, China, Pakistan, Singapore, United Arab Emirates, Netherlands, Georgia, Oman. To ICOSTECH 2022.
Universitas Raharja, kampus pilihan masyarakat, letaknya sangat strategis, lokasinya di jantung kota Tangerang. Mudah dijangkau dari segala akses lalu lintas antar kota dan provinsi. Kampus yang mengutamakan mutu, terakreditasi BAN PT, dan bersertifikasi ISO 9001-2015. Banyak prestasi yang diraih, didukung kerjasama yang luas, di antaranya dengan kampus-kampus unggul di seluruh tanah air dan kampus-kampus kelas dunia. Kerjasama dengan dunia usaha, industri, pemerintahan, dan lembaga sertifikasi profesi yang berkualitas. Dalam menunjang peningkatan mutu akademik, manajemen kampus berkomitmen memfasilitasi berbagai inovasi kreativitas dosen dan mahasiswa. Sejalan dengan Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi, keberhasilan Universitas Raharja didukung dengan manajemen kampus yang profesional. Universitas Raharja Choice Campus for the Better Future.
Namaku Betari Ayu. Aku adalah mahasiswi Fakultas Teknik Informatika, jurusan Multimedia Audiovisual and Broadcasting. Aku juga seorang public figure. Berkarya dalam seni peran adalah passionku. Namun, aku juga tetap bisa kuliah. Mau tahu di mana aku bisa mewujudkan itu semua? Di sini, Universitas Raharja, salah satu universitas swasta berbasis teknologi di Kota Tangerang. Di sini aku ambil kelas e-learning plus, jadi tetap bisa berkuliah tanpa batas waktu dan lokasi. Dimanapun dan kapanpun aku bisa belajar, mengerjakan tugas, bahkan sampai sekarang aku sedang menyusun skripsi.
universitas yang tergolong masih muda, ya, lahir pada tanggal 12 April 2019. Nah, itu hasil penggabungan akademi dan sekolah tinggi. Alhamdulillah, walaupun kita tergolong muda, kita telah melakukan sesuai dengan ketentuan yang memang menjadi anjuran pemerintah. Kita jauh sebelumnya, sebelum didengungkan kampus Merdeka atau Merdeka Belajar, kita sudah melakukan itu, program blended learning. Alhamdulillah bahwa IT kita sudah sangat mumpuni sehingga kita sangat sesuai dan ini bisa diterima dan hasilnya cukup baik, ya. Lebih dari itu, untuk tahun 2021-2022 tahun akademik, kita telah membuat kebijakan baru yang selama ini kita melepaskan, ya, untuk mahasiswa, calon mahasiswa yang non reguler, ya, nanti kita akan terima, ya, kita beri kesempatan kepada mahasiswa sambil kerja dan kuliah. Mudah-mudahan ini bisa mewadahi sehingga keunggulan yang ada pada Raharja ini bisa dinikmati oleh masyarakat. Kita tercatat kampus 100 besar ranking Sinta berbanding 4.700 kampus lebih yang ada di seluruh tanah air. Semoga kerjasama antara Universitas Raharja dengan seluruh lapisan masyarakat kita bisa berlanjut sehingga kita bisa sama-sama memajukan bangsa melalui pendidikan yang berkualitas, berkarakter, dan berdaya saing. Yang pada akhirnya kita bisa sampaikan pada seluruh masyarakat, mari bergabung bersama Raharja.
Universitas Raharja melalui program studi teknik informatika berkewajiban untuk mempersiapkan sumber daya manusia yang bertalenta digital transformation untuk organisasi khususnya yang ada di Indonesia.
Terdiri dari 3 jenjang, ada diploma 3, sarjana, dan magister. Saat ini Universitas Raharja sedang menggalang atau ada program karyawan dengan 1 juta bisa kuliah.
Kalian ingin menjadi seorang akuntan publik, juga ingin fakultas ekonomi dan bisnis. Pokoknya nggak akan menyesal menjadi seorang yang sukses dan juga hebat di bidang ekonomi dan bisnis.
Profil lulusan program studi diploma 3 menghasilkan lulusan yang mampu mengamalkan keahlian di bidangnya, bermanfaat bagi masyarakat, serta mampu menciptakan lapangan kerja. Selamat bergabung di Universitas Raharja.
Akuntansi itu seru. Hampir semua lini atau semua sektor memerlukan akuntansi. Mau keuangan, mau jasa, mau industri, mau rumah sakit, semuanya butuh pengolahan uang atau penghitungan uang. Untuk apa? Untuk mengetahui apakah perusahaan tersebut akan menghasilkan untung atau tidak, kemudian akan berlanjut atau tidak, itu adanya di akuntansi. Selamat bergabung dan bersama di akuntansi FEB Universitas Raharja.
Daya serap lulusan untuk program studi teknik informatika juga sudah terserap dengan baik di beberapa instansi dan perusahaan. So, jangan lupa kita tunggu di Universitas Raharja.
Sistem komputer atau disingkat SK adalah salah satu program studi terakreditasi B pada Universitas Raharja, Kota Tangerang, Provinsi Banten. Visi dari sistem komputer pada tahun 2024, program studi sistem komputer menjadi masyarakat global citizen yang menguasai teknologi informasi dengan kompetensi komputer system dan creative communication and inovatif teknologi yang berkualitas, berintegritas, dan berdaya saing tinggi. AMC, aku makin cinta Raharja.
Sistem informasi merupakan salah satu program studi di bidang ilmu teknologi komputer yang bertujuan untuk menciptakan sumber daya manusia siap terap dan mampu menguasai dan serta mengembangkan informasi yang meliputi bisnis intelijen, rekayasa sistem, manajemen sistem informasi, dan globalisasi informasi. Untuk kalian yang ingin bergabung, datang langsung ke Universitas Raharja atau kalian bisa daftar online. AMC Raharja.
Untuk karir, mahasiswa program studi manajemen retail bisa nantinya akan menjadi pengusaha dan pemilik waralaba. Yang kedua, perencanaan bisnis retail. Yang ketiga, manajer departemen dan konsultan bisnis retail. Ayo, mari bergabung di program studi manajemen retail, Fakultas Ekonomi Bisnis dan Universitas Raharja.
papers were rejected. The percentage of papers accepted was 39% from 12 countries and 2 continents. 12 countries involved in this international conference of ICOSTECH 2022. Indonesia, India, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Malaysia, China, Pakistan, Singapore, United Arab Emirates, 8 Netherlands, Georgia, Oman. 131 papers were rejected. The percentage of papers accepted was 39% from 12 countries and 2 continents. 12 countries involved in this international conference of ICOSTECH 2022. Indonesia, India, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Malaysia. Welcome to ICOSTECH 2000.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, selamat pagi. Greeting to all of us. Meet again with me, I'm Yudi Septiawan, and I will be the moderator for these keynote sessions. Before that, I would like to inform some information regarding this conference. The first information is about our keynote speakers. So, in this conference, we are having 2 keynote speakers. For the first keynote speaker, we are having Dr. Insinyur Ford Lumbangaol, SSC/MCom from Bina Nusantara University. He is already with us now. Welcome, Dr. Ford. And we are also having Professor Dr. Rahmat Budiarto from Al-Bahal University, Saudi Arabia. Just for your information that this wonderful conference is attended by around hundreds participants. 214 papers were submitted, but only 83 papers were accepted, and 131 papers were rejected. So it's quite competitive and quite strict. In total, the percentage of paper accepted is 39% from 12 countries and 2 continents. Ladies and gentlemen, before beginning, we will inform you the rule of question and answer sessions. To ask questions to the keynote speaker, please use Q&A chat. I repeat, to ask questions to the keynote speaker, please use the Q&A chat. And the moderator will read your questions. Ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to the next agenda, a special speech from our first keynote speaker, Dr. Insinyur Ford Lumbangaol, SSC/MCom from Bina Nusantara University. In this special occasion, Dr. Ford Lumbangaol will deliver his speech entitled The Deployment of Ecosystem and Empowerment in Digitalization-Driven World.
Dr. Insinyur Ford Lumbangaol, SSC/MCom, currently Associate Professor Informatics Engineering and Information System, Bina Nusantara University. He was the Vice Chair of IEEE Indonesia Section and former Chair of the ACM Indonesia. Dr. Ford was the PhD Supervisor for 7 Doctor of Management Science and 2 Doctor of Computer Science and more than 50 master students. Currently, he is supervising 7 computer and information system PhD students and 12 master students. He has 257 Scopus documents with 329 citations and H index is 10. And also, he researched fields in management information systems, IT risk management, and disaster recovery. Please give a warm round of applause to Dr. Insinyur Ford Lumbangaol, SSC/MCom.
Lumbangaol, you have 45 minutes to present your paper. Time is yours, please.
Thank you so much, Pak Yudi. I request about 5 minutes because I need to move some of the files to the laptop that I'm using for the
Okay,
presentation
that's
today.
fine. That's fine.
Just wait for a minute. Okay, can I share my files?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you so much. First of all, to the Director of Raja University, the General Chair, and indeed all of the committee of the International Conference on Sciences and Technology of ICOSTECH. This is my honors to deliver my keynote talk today. And indeed, my warm regards to all of the participants that come and present the paper for the 2 days conference, and hope you enjoy for this beautiful and exciting conference that delivered or arranged by the Raja University. My warmest regards specific to the Director, Bapak Dr. Po Abbas Sunaria. Thank you so much, and indeed, congratulations to the conference ICOSTECH that held by the Raja University, and indeed to all of the participants today. Now, ladies and gentlemen, today I would like to deliver my keynote talk in the area that related with digitalization and ecosystem that's related heavily indeed with the ICOSTECH. I took these topics to make sure that all of the participants quite aware with the issue today that's arranged by not only the COVID-19, but also by some of the issue that related with the issue that digitalization itself. Now, as mentioned by the moderators, this is me, and I will just skip this one, and I would like to raise to you this one. First, the world has never been. Some of us probably thought that when we are entering the COVID-19 pandemic, we are come for the what I call kind of the glooms of the society, because we thought that we cannot working anymore, we have to stay at home, and etc. and etc. In the past, we have to meet face to face and then discuss with other peoples and meet each others. But this is quite different when you look at it about the situation after the COVID. If I can say that after actually want to migrate to the other situation. In other terms, some people use the terms new normal, but I don't use it new normal, but I can say post-COVID-19 because we don't know yet what happened after this. Yeah. The first indicators that we want to see that the world has never been better is number one is in certain indicators, we call the poverty is quite decreased. Yeah. I don't say eliminate or I don't say erase, but decrease. Yeah, decrease in this case is dropped from 29 to 9% in more than 30 years. This is one of the very good kind of news information that give us about some kind of outlook, what's going on in the futures. In the certain indicators, we're living longer. Yeah, this is kind of situation that based on the healthcare situation is getting better. There are much fewer war deaths because today in the less than 10 years, not many wars happens. And in increase, there is less racism, sexism, and other form of discrimination in the world. Around 20% of decline in social gender inequality from 1995 to 2020. And when we enter the current situation, when we discuss about the role of digital technology, there are some of happens. Today is the first we discuss about the mobile and smartphones. Virtually everyone in the world has one. When we have the conference today, this is kind of situation that probably in the past not many people thought that's become common like this one, because in the past people thought the conference supposed to be on offline, supposed to be on site, meaning we have to come sitting together discuss it. But due to the COVID-19, there are some of new, I want to say breakthrough, yeah, about the situation. Digital is become the key factors today. Technologies become the backbone. And when we look at it, the new models of the virtually discussion will be happens. Internet access, more than 3.1 billion people. Now it's become 44%. And optimization through data availability is become happens. Yeah. If you look at carefully about the situations, 2.5 billion gigabytes data was generated every day in 2020, and everything will soon be connected. Yeah. When I discuss it in here, before I come in here, I have a PCR test, and all the data will be connected with applications that we know quite well, Peduli Lindungi, and that's generated not only to one sectors but all sectors. This data will be transferred to the office, to the schools, to all of the agency that related with using those kind of data. Now, disruption is kind of a new normals. If I say, like what mentioned by Jim Collins, company lasts on average about 10 years of the Fortune 500 list, and the time period is decreasing. If you look at that comparison between the list of the companies in Fortune 500s, it seems like compared about 10 years ago, there are some of patterns, differences. Yeah. Today, almost 80% of those companies that related in Fortune 500 actually related what we call a technology, or in this case is application software here. And the time period is decreasing. What is the main cause? Is company fail to innovate and to build the core capability. It means there are some of companies supposed will be end up and I don't say end up, but some of the company helps to transform into another one. So digitalization is the new disruptor in this case. Digitalization is the use, based on the definition, is the use of the digital technology to change business models and provide new revenue and value producing opportunity. It's the process of moving to a digital business. If I'm not mistaken, there are some of initiated by Indonesian government, especially in higher education, that want to push all of the process into what we call as a digital format. In the start, probably in 2000, in the first 21st centuries, we moving from what we call paper report into what we call uploading all of the data into using the digital. I'm still remember, yeah, in 2001 or 2002, in the first time when Dikti in that time released what the format using submission of the report in semester base using the diskette. So we have to collect all of the data in diskette. We send it to in that time we call properties. So all of those data in the past that sent it based on the papers, change the format into the digital at that time. But there are many universities that not already in that time, because the formatting a digital, especially using the computers, not quite what we call it, not quite socialized like what we have today in that time. So today, when we enter the COVID-19 pandemic, what the issue that relates to digitalization has become very important. Yeah, that's become one of the key points. When we discuss about digitalization, the strategic building block of digital transformation is we call digital customer experience and digital transformation accelerator. If you look at it carefully in the below, there's startup incubation and using some of the digital redesign and digital program and change management. If you look at carefully in the top, digital customer experience, starting from how can the customers deliver the experiences, how the customer able to provide what the feedback, through what kind of the experiences about a certain product or certain kind of services. That's become one of the important issue they discussed today. Yeah. Look at carefully on digital and data-driven offering and business model is starting from what we call digital enhanced, data-driven, digital services, software product, and etc. Currently, in our program, we have doctorate program, there are some of doctorate students wants to move their kind of research in conventional manner, traditional manners into what we call as digital format. If you look at carefully, there are some of the trend that we try to adapt it today is moving from what we call it delivering kind of the lecturings in the traditional format, face-to-face, or even using the video into the high kind of a level format. Some of the trend today, for instance, using from the doctorate students try to put their effort especially in the experiment into augmented reality, for instance, or immersive learning. That's part of what we call as digital transformation. Yeah. So the issue today is still not only about how can we use the technology itself, but the issue is how can we use the technology and leverage what we call the ability of people to get better knowledge and better kind of experiences. That's one of the issues. There are three key takeaways in here. The number one is about the speed. The speed, especially with the continuous development of new functionality. This is one of the very important issues that I can say, especially in the taken from in the perspective of the industry itself. The speed of the continuous deployment. Based on what I can say in the certain kind of level, especially in industry itself, there are some of the trends now and today, and now and tomorrow, especially about how the industry itself able to improve the R&D, not only about discuss about the research itself, but also moving to the what we call to the upstream level. This is one we call continuous deployment. And the second one is how can you use data from the customer and product as well as the ecosystem itself. Data ecosystem is two keywords, and a certain level we are not quite true understanding about this one. Data has become, I can say, like the blood that probably we using in the ecosystem itself. In the certain level, for instance, like in the startup industry, for instance, ecosystem has become the key factors in that, because the startup cannot be working if there are no other support from other sectors. This is the key point. So ecosystems become the key factors, especially when we want to interact with others for something like this one. And the third is about empowerment and autonomy. This is another one. Empowerment and autonomy. This become another key issue about this one. Now, the trend, according to the Gartner, this is 2018 technology hype cycle, it's become important. If you look at it carefully about the situation now, starting from the smart glass, the artificial general intelligence until augmented reality here. This is starting like this one. This is the time. If you look at carefully about augmented reality has become the key fundamentals backbone, especially in the one very common kind of issue discussion, especially like what people saw about metaverse, for instance. This has become a key factor in here. Not many research that discuss in augmented reality. If you look at carefully in many literatures, there are not many. There are not many issues that discuss in augmented reality. That's why we, in our program, we try to put all of the effort here, especially for the doctorate student, PhD student, to put it effort and research in this area, because this is quite very important now and in the futures. Blockchain is another one, and virtual assistants. This related like what we have in the past, especially this is the backbone, especially with natural language processing kind of models in here. Deep learning is another one issue that's discussed about the technology hype cycle now and in the future. So if you look at it carefully about this one, this is one of the example about software drives everything. I want to move into this one to make sure that we are in the same kind of discussion about this one. The same discussion. Software is everything. Self-driving cars. Actually, if you look at this car, many people thought this is a car, but frankly speaking, not only a car that we look at it. Actually, the software that drives the car. There is no driver at all inside. Just imagine a car that moving by itself and able to bring or to move one person to one destination to the next without any drivers. So the key issue is about the software itself, robots, drone itself, and even 3D cement printing. Yeah, 3D cement printing. For instance, you can send your own design via internet, via email, and then you want to print it in somewhere else, and then you can using this one. Or you can create your own using your 3D kind of models, and then you can print it like this one. This is another software drives everything. The cycle of innovation is changed. This become a very important because we have to learn from learn, build, and measure. This is key. From idea, learn, and you have an idea, build product, measure data, and learn. This is the key cycle innovations. When we are in the situation, the current situation, when we moving into the innovation itself, not only discuss about how do we build it. This is the very important because most of the engineers thinking about building, right? Make, learn, idea, build, and at the end, the engineer wants to measure it. But of course, there are some of what we call it measuring in the term of the business itself. So that's we call the cycle of innovation. The length of innovation is quite unique. I'm using the term unique because when you look at the car platform, it takes about 10 to 15 years for the car. Yeah, the car platform, the backbone, and everything is 10 to 15. The car itself is about 3 to 4 years, but look at it carefully about the car software is 1 to 5 days. If you have a car now and look at carefully, what is the difference between the car that we bought in 2020 compared to the car that we have it in 1990, for instance? Most of us say the model is almost the same, but the content of the technology is different. Yeah. When we are entering our car, look at carefully inside. There are so many indicators that showing us what's going on inside. If we close the door without properly, for instance, there are kind of sensors giving to you the kind of reminding, oh, you have to go in this, and this, for instance. So that's information about the car itself. That's part of the car software itself. It takes about 1 to 5 days. Sometimes it requires the internet connection to update the data inside. This takes like this one. Yeah, this is the innovation cycle. So this is one another comparisons about the space flight. This takes about 10 times every 7 years. But if you look at carefully, for instance, one of the car is quite challenging. For instance, this is one of the difference. Yeah, the software application is about it's very far in here. It's comparison. The downloadable software size. It's just one car. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is kind of a comparison between what we have about the data generated in the world. When I speak now, probably there are 50 terabytes data created every second when I speak now. 50 terabyte data. Just imagine when we don't have a COVID-19. Most of us probably not have feeling so amazing about how data able to generate, how amazing that we can generate the data itself. Almost all of the video that created from the video presentation, for instance, or from the video that made for the, for instance, like before, like teasing of the keynote speaker profile, for instance. Just imagine how big the data that we create. That's 50 terabytes data they create every second. Now, 75% of all digital data created by consumer itself. What is the message? It means the consumer has their own power. It's changing. In the past, the companies or the factory or the manufacturing that rule the customers. But now it's changing. The customers, if they want this one, the company or the manufacturing have to adopt it. More than 100 megabytes video and photo store or Facebook per user, and more than 2,000% expect to increase the global data by 2020. Now the trend, if you compare this one, if you look at Quicken, I look at the teaser about the Raja University about accounting. I do believe most of the accountants quite knowing about Quicken, right? So Quicken, eBay, Facebook, if you look at it on the right side, there's a game. Yeah, there's a game. So Quickens, eBay, Facebook, and the games over there, if you are gamers, I do believe you're quite knowing about those kind of logo. Quicken is invented in 1984. It takes 1 million users about 6 years. eBay in 1995, 13 months. Facebook in 10 months for 1 million users. And do you know about those? It's just less than 1 month to take 50 million users. That's amazing, very amazing. So what is the message? The changing of the model between what we call just a standalone kind of the software into the model of the software that able to update created by the community. That's one of example. Yeah. Another issue is, like, for instance, on the right side. If you look at carefully, if you are gamers, I do believe you knowing about this one. If you find a bug and it's automatically probably less than 1 hour, it's already fixed. The society, the community will be able to fix it, yeah, based on kind of consensus about those kind of situations. That's why based on here. Need for speed in R&D, an example. Company X R&D is 10% revenue. Yeah, new product development is 12 months. So look at carefully. Alternative 1, improve efficiency of development with 10% or 10 millions reduction in development costs. Yeah. Alternative 2, reduce development with 10%. The key issue in here is about the time, the speed. Some of us probably in a level of higher education, lectures, for instance, not quite good understand about what is the meaning of the speed. But we are in the industry, the speed is become very important, become very key success factors. If you're asking to me why, because the speed is become key success factor in the term of competition. Not only about competition, but time to the market is very important. Imagine if you have a product in software, for instance, and you are become the first that release to the market, and that's become a critical factors to your competitors to send the same kind of the application. That's the key. Now, there are some of we call it the third new business operating system. The first is we call it 3-layer product development. The first new product transition. The first is commoditized function layer. The first new product transition. The first is commoditized function layer. How many percent the student learned in 1990? I ever make kind of experiments to the students. And I want to ask them a three simple question. How many percent in the COVID-19 pandemic where you have to take school at home? And most of them say, oh, they only take about 10 to 20% from the lectures. So what is the message? 10 to 20%. If I said, so what is the rest? The rest we learn from many, many sources, from the social media, from the internet, from other parts, and they also learning from industry itself. So what is the message? The message is when we are in the university level, the ecosystem is not only about the students and the university, but there are many other sectors that also influence with our stakeholders, in this case, the student itself. That's the key. And the next thing is I want to ask them about the second question is, what do you think the most important when you are graduate? Because this is the COVID-19 pandemic. They said, is it degree or what? I can say. And most of them say, I will not discuss about the degree, but we want to discuss about the skill that we have. That's the first. And the second is, what can the ability with us to make sure that we can able to agile in the very dynamic kind of situation. I said, what do you mean agile? Agile and then moving in the dynamic. Because when they are graduated, the student graduated, the most important is how do they able to cope with the current request from the industry. The industry is quite running very fast in the term of the speed, very fast compared to the university. It means when the industry wants to adapt with this, they require not in the term of years, not in the term of months, even the time running in the term of weeks. For instance, they have to this one because the competition requires this one. And the biggest challenge, especially when we are running in the university, is takes time to adapt it with the changes, usually years. Yeah. How many times that you have to revise the curriculum, for instance? Some university requested three or 5 years. Some university requested 2 years. But if you look at careful industry, how many times they have to adapt it with the dynamic situation, especially the industry competitors. It takes about weeks. Yeah, less than 3 weeks or less than 2 weeks, they have to adapt it based on the competition or the trend of technology. And the next thing that's quite fascinating is about the data itself. The data that the students take and the data the industry takes and compared to the students or the graduates will process is totally different. Yeah. For instance, when in the curriculum especially, how many of us that giving the student about ability to able to analyze the data is quite a very, very important question as well. But that's the key about this situation. Now, this is the next that I want to raise to you about what I mentioned to you, the speed, data, ecosystem, empowerment. There's a 4 part in here. Yeah. When we discuss about speed, this is the business agility. When we discuss about data, there's about instrument and measures. Ecosystem focus on differentiation. And empowerment, this is discussed about empowered teams. So this is become one of the cycles: speed, data, ecosystem, empowerment, and so on. In university level, this become important as well. Yeah, very important. Yeah, speed, data, ecosystem, empowerment. Yeah, that's why when we are in the university, most of us thinking that we are just running the conventional, the traditional model of the academics process. We have to rethinking about that, because when we look at it carefully, when we deliver the goodies to the markets, either they are become a worker or the owner. Yeah, this has become a key factor as well. We have to look at it carefully. How do those kind of students we deliver able to compete in the term of worker or the owner itself, in the term of ecosystem itself? So when we look at it, for instance, in university, we call kind of business incubator, for instance. And some of university have those kind of facility, right? Business incubator. This kind of the models, quite old-fashioned models about how do they look at the university in the term of industry or the market size. This is the key models. So this changing into how can we create it and able to collaborate, yeah, with the ecosystem itself. That's the key model. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is the other one models that I want to discuss to you about stairway to success, speed, traditional development, R&D, continuous integration, continuous development, and the last about R&D as innovation system. R&D as an innovation system is become not only the issue that raised in industry, they also raised in the university as well. If you're asking to me, for instance, how do you know about R&D become innovation? It's changing now. Not only about research that working, for instance, in the university, not only end up just a paper, for instance, but also to the other one, for instance, part of what we call as commercialization, for instance, part of commercialization, or even part of able to put it part of the product that able to send it, to sell it to the community, for instance. That's why in the one indicator, performance indicator, for instance, for the researchers, not only delivers, get a grant, but able to commercialize the product. In my experience, there are some of the trends now and today that the researchers not only able to research, make a research, but able to manage those kind of product or output of those kind of research into the commercialized level. That's the key point. So, but again, ladies and gentlemen, we're not just thinking about the product and commercialize, but we have to look at it carefully, the ecosystem, the able to support those kind of ideas. Commercialization is not only about how the researcher is able to sell the product, not only like that, the research product, but also to make sure that those kind of ecosystem running well in the term to able to support them. I give it an example, for instance, one of the research products that related in my program, especially that three kind of area. The first is about research product they discuss in the healthcare. Yeah, the healthcare is quite challenging because we requires around 5 kind of testing, yeah? Starting from the level of technical until the clinical testing about those kind of the mold. This is the healthcare kind of product, the tools. Yeah. So when the first time we just giving the testings to in the level of lab, at the end to the level of specific doctors, at the end of clinical. Clinical takes quite longer, it's around 6 to 1 year. Yeah, about the clinical. At the end, this kind of product will be ready to test in the term of the market itself. So when we giving them, there are some of ecosystem that able to support this one. Hospitals, university, or even Ministry of Health. We discuss with them how do this kind of product able to help or support the doctors. Very simple kind of application that giving the doctor easier about how do they able to take kind of decision. We not want to change the doctor rules, but to provide the doctors easier to take a decision. And the next one is about discuss about what we call it, about related with agricultures. Yeah, in Indonesia, one of the issue that's related with agriculture about what we call it, about looking carefully about the humidity in certain area. We're using the sensors to check, especially with the agriculture field. Yeah, test agriculture, and based on the situation, we can use a little more advanced, not advanced, moving from one level to the next level in certain using the technology. In the first time, you just using a certain area, just in Karawang, and now we're moving to the Ministry of Agriculture and try to test it in certain level in one big area. So what I'm saying is R&D is not just end up in just a publication or one of what we call it, intellectual property that patented, but we try to moving it into something that's more adaptable, especially with the society. So that's the key point about this one. So the next is about feedback cycles, development cycle, requirement cycle, quality assurance. This is the feedback cycles that you want to discuss it. Feedback cycle is, if you look at carefully about this one, development, quality assurance, governance, deployment, value creation, first take longer. Yeah, long and sprints. Yeah, this is what we call it, slow. Yeah, something like this. Now, continuous delivery model is not only end up in the level of the customers. That's the key. So when we release a product, that's not just end up in the hand of customers. It's supposed to be continuous improvement in the term of the leveling of the situation. I give it an example, ladies and gentlemen, about MOC. Yeah, massive open course. massive open course online courses. So in our university, we divided, become two parts about the MOC. The first that we call that intended for the open one, meaning this is intended for people that wants to using it for the academic purposes, okay, R&D academic purposes. And the second one, this is for the commercialized situation, commercialized purpose, okay. So why we have to divide this one? Because there are two different kind of goals, two different kind of purpose for this one. For the free one is for academics. For instance, students want to learn, explore more about certain kind of topics, they can take it for MOC, and the second one about this one. So what I'm saying is, when you delivers the product itself in the level of MOC, let's not just end up in the hand of the students or in the hand of the customers or consumers. Not like that. Yeah. When they have a feedback, the users usually provide some of the feedback. Those of feedback is very important for us to improve the next. So when we are in the situation now and the future about especially for the digital, there is no such kind of what we call a product that's end up in the hand of customers. That's it. Yeah, it's supposed to be improved and improved, something like this one. So the key point in here is not, I do believe this has become, most of us say, wow, it means that there's never ending kind of job. Of course. Yeah. Why? Because we have to improve it and improve. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is based on my observation. Now and in futures, the model of teaching is become changing. Probably in the old times, when a lecturer comes to the class, they can able to deliver of material lecturing is almost the same what they're delivering in the last year or 2 years ago, 3 years ago. But when we are now, let's say in 2020 up, we cannot doing like that. Yeah, the students will have a lot of or the participant, I don't want to say the student, the participant will have a lot of issue that want to share with us. For instance, I give an example. For instance, when I have a class that I maintain about my MOC, sometimes the student asking a very broad of the topics. They're asking, for instance, when the issues, let's say about the software development, they're asking, sir, how about this? When we are this one, so how about this? Imagine those kind of issue this kind of issue will never we catch up in 1990. Why? Because in 1990, the only sources of material is only lectures and students. But in today, the lectures is only 30 to 40% become the sources. Around more than 50%, 60% are from outside. So this is the key point about this one. Now, the next is about data. Yeah, evidence-based data innovation, automation. This is the key point. Yeah, ad hoc collection, automation. The stairway to success. That's the data. That's the key. Data is not only become part of, I can say, the assets, but on the other issue, data has become another issue that related with the problem as well. Yeah. If you're running about online learning, for instance, let's say like Raharja have a PJJ that those data is very important for us to improve our services to the students. When I still remember in early 2010s, when we try in the first time of we don't using PJJ on the time, but we're using the online learning. In that time, the model of the architecture of online learning in that time is totally changing compared to in 2020, totally different. Just imagine 2010 and compare it to the 2020, this is become a very different pace, different kind of totally changing. What do you mean, sir, the different change? Because in 2020, we already implemented or we can embed some of the issue related with AI. If I become a lecturer, I have a class, for instance, about my class, for instance, that related with, let's say, in software development, for instance. I want to know whether the student able to grasp what I'm saying. Yeah. In the first time release, it's kind of conventional way. Just deliver the materials, students doing the assignments, they are discussed in the forum, for instance. But today, when I have a class like this one, I can look at it, yeah, from the video they're showing in my monitors, analyzing the students, how many % of them that actually look at what I'm saying, what I'm teaching, for instance. I'm using it.
Oh, the first day that we signed up for Monday.com, our department was already able to connect our
using one implementation of AI. Now we have some of the technology they can use, like the student able to look at how do they able to look this one and able to practically this one, or even in the class, for instance, like the laboratory class, for instance, in programming, for instance, student able to look at it, make kind of discussion, yeah, even discussion with other peers, and they feel it, they are like in the lab. But it's the situation now in the 2020. So what I'm saying is the improvement that we get actually from the data that we have. That's the key point. Yeah, we cannot improve it without any data that we have from our participants. So this is the other issue about software engineering for the deep learning, DL, is configuration, monitoring. Look at carefully on the models. There are we call analysis tools, machine resource management, process management is the other working part of here, and monitoring itself. Yeah. Engineering challenges for DL systems. Ladies and gentlemen, you have to be careful. The issue still about engineering itself and also about the mission itself. From high business impact to the lower business impact. So most of us quite wants to focus about the high business impact. For instance, if hard to solve, if you look at carefully in the second quadrant, in the right up, yeah. So the hard solve cultural differences about limited transparency, privacy, safety, and then blue code, effort estimation, those are in the areas of engineering or engineering itself that requires for the deep learning itself. Requested like this one. Yeah,
so
limited.
Yes. 10 minutes left.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
This is the engineering part of this one. Yeah, the engineering challenges. So in the term of research, probably most of us, especially for the engineering itself, for the researcher, yeah, doctorate student or even the master student, we are quite focused, especially with the engineering that related with the lab, yeah, lab up, and the lab up. For instance, discuss about testing. Yeah, I do believe many IT or computer science wants to focus about this one: testing, troubleshooting, dependency management. This is hard to solve, but not quite high impact is in the term of business. Yeah, but if you want to focus in the engineering, but quite have a good in the term of the business, you can look at it about privacy and safety. Not only about engineering, but issue about business itself. And then effort estimation, resources limitation. And then about cultural differences. Yes, this is the other one. If you have look at about the business impact, about the easier to solve, you can look at about experiment management, monitoring logging. Monitoring logging is merely related only about how do you able to monitor the process, and you look at it about how those kind of process able to tracking or able to trace. That's it. Yeah, that's part of. But in the term of business, they are very, very important, but not quite difficult in the term of technical issue about this one. That's why some of the even the master students wants to take the thesis in the area of monitoring and logic. Yeah, I have some of the master students that take a thesis in this area because they have a solid background as a practitioners, but they then want to just take a thesis in the term of just research, but there is another appetizers in the term of business. They think about those kind of topics. Yeah. If you want to look at it, just the top one, quite highly challenging in the term of the what we call it the engineering, but not quite a lot of appetizer about the business. You can take on the left side of this quadrant. The next is stairway to the success ecosystem. This becomes important, ladies and gentlemen, especially today. If we discuss about what we call entrepreneur or technopreneur or business or related with digitalpreneur, for instance, this is very important. Why? Because you cannot sustain in the term of the competition, in the term of implementation, if you don't have it, especially for the ecosystem that support you. Yeah, that's why here we call part of the ecosystem itself. This is the three-layer product models that I mentioned to you before. And the next is about empower organization. Yeah, not only about how do we look at it about the data, about the technology itself, but we also look at ecosystem, but also about the empower organization. From the traditional, agile, cross-functional, and self-managed, and the end empowered. That's become a key point about in here about the empower organization itself. Now, hierarchical organization, there are some of the strengths or even the weakness itself. In the hierarchical organization, of course, the strength is effective scaling. If you want to scale up, yeah, that's quite easy. Or scaling down, this is become challenging. Easy to control, yeah, and then very efficient. If you want to make a repetition task, it's quite easy. And then it's not difficult in the term of harmonization because that's hierarchical from up to down, and handles of low complexity situation well. Yeah, if the process is very complex and supposed to be agile, for instance, not suggested using hierarchical model. Yeah, and the weakness, of course, is quite difficult or take time consuming for decision making. And because this is driven by the power, the top, for instance, it's not easy to take kind of strategic kind of what we call it decision very fast. It takes time in this case. And then tendency to be internal focus and easily gravitates to politics because the top person able to provide some of instruction to the low levels, and indeed is challenged by high complex situation. So if you're asking to me, which one is quite easy for us to look at it about the hierarchical organization? Is it based on which one? In the digital kind of model? I can say you can use the network model of the organization rather than hierarchical, because in hierarchical model, it takes quite difficult, especially to adapt with the change itself. The key point is about agility of the organization. Looks like they are working in certain area, but these companies only working as kind of the media or intermedia within one sector to another or in the same ecosystem itself. So they are working, they are selling the software itself, the application itself. So what is the message is now in the futures, probably the key issue is today is how the company is able to transform the model of the business into more agility. That's why they have to implement it part of in the application itself. Conclusion, increasing the speed trumps any other improvement. R&D is to become the key point for this development. Effective use data from the customer product, this is become a very important ecosystem. In the higher level education, university, for instance, yeah, that's running still adopted with traditional and conventional model. What we have, for instance, in 1990, for instance, probably become important for us to knowing. The competitors is not between the university, but what we have between the university itself with another alternative model of the academics. That's the key. Yeah, I can say alternative because students can take the knowledge not only from the university, from others. Data is very important for them. They can gather the data and able to produce and able to part of the ecosystem itself. And the next, empowerment and autonomy. That's the key point about discussion today. I guess that's it. My keynote talk today, and thank you for listening. And I give it the time again to moderate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ford Lumbangal. It's very interesting and amazing presentations that we have already had a number of questions addressed to you. But before that, I would like to highlight what you have explained about, just just 4 words. That the last one, the last slide that you show us, that speed, data, ecosystem, and empowerment. That's, I mean, like the key words from your all presentations. And I think your presentation is very amazing, because some participants comment like, I like this innovation cycle. So means that it indicates, it's very important in today's era. So now I will share screen the questions. We have already 9 questions so far. I will share screen. Okay. Yep. This from Farah Fadila from University of Raharja, Fitri Putri Oganda from University of Raharja, and Eka Purnama Harahap from University of Raharja. This is the 3 first questions. I will read. Maybe you can also read. And
okay, thank you.
Okay. Talking about metaverse, virtual reality offers an immersive experience for anyone. So, what's the role of VR and AR in the metaverse?
Okay.
How can digital transformation be a priority for organizations that have other big issues to deal with? Okay, that's the first question. Maybe you can answer first.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for the question from Farah Fadila. This is a very important question. Yeah, I mentioned to you that in the term of metaverse, the AR and immersive learning has become the key point, especially in metaverse. Yeah, why? Because just imagine, just look at carefully about the model changing of the model, Web 2.1, 2.0, and 3.0 now, and the futures. The model is in the past, in the old time, is the static, right? The static meaning you just make a discussion with one each other. The second one, you have able to sharing some of the video or any kind of multimedia part of here. But one of the very challenging, especially in the metaverse is how people able to provide their virtual, or I can say the avatar models, and put it into their own world. Yeah. 2 weeks from now, we have a discussion, quite challenging discussion, quite attractive discussion about metaverse in computer society. Probably Ibu or Bapak Farah Fadila will be able to join it. So the issue about metaverse is not only about the technology itself, but how can some of the technology incorporate into those new, I don't say new actually, I'm just saying the challenging of technology. Using the augmented reality, using the internet. Internet is supposed to be very good. Yeah, just imagine the internet connection is not good. Yeah, let's say slow motion, for instance. This is not totally able to work it. Yeah, this is the key point about this one. And the second, Ibu, can I just go through the second, Ibu Fitra Putri Oganda, about material barrier digital. In this case, digital transformation in challenging from the physical to virtual. Is the following a threat to a country that worker will be displaced due to digitalization? Thank you so much, Ibu Fitra Putri. I'm just still remember on the first time when in Jakarta, probably they tried to moving what we call a digital payment. I do believe probably 5 or 6 years ago, when all of the toll road gate is still using with skipped by the human in that time, changing into the digital payment, right? So you just swap the card, and then after that you can move into the toll road. In that time, there are many people say, wow, in the next time there is no people, it's changing with the system. Not like that. We just try to elevate the people from one level to the next upper level. That's the key point about the technology itself. Meaning we upgraded the skill of the people working there into the next level, not only just a repetitive job only. That's the same, for instance, in industry. There are many industries that now look at people as working as a repetitive. Is it possible those people replaced by the system? I'm using the term system. The answer is yes. For instance, in the many universities, we call it the payroll, right? The payroll, probably the payroll staff or the payroll section. Imagine if the university using the ERP, for instance, or the manufacturing using the ERP, those people will be replaced by the system. There is no such kind of payroll because automatically the system calculated this, and automatically digitally they transfer the money, for instance, based on the salary and etc. There is no such kind of requested, okay, I want to take on leave, for instance. Yeah, I have to request the letter from my supervisor, for instance. If you already using the ER enterprise planning, for instance, in your company, for instance, there is no such like that. You just using the system. You just request it, and you can calculate it how many days that you have, and there is no burden kind of additional job, for instance, for the supervisor to read it one by one. For instance, imagine if you have 100 staff, for instance, you become supervisors. I do believe it takes time, right? You have to request it, read it again. This takes quite longer time, something like that. So digitalization, it doesn't mean that diminish or moving people's or make people suffer or make they don't a working job, not like that. Because actually, what we call it, the purpose is to make sure that those people able to leverage the level of knowledge and the skill. And the third question is about AI. AI is connected to all, okay. Even AI can bring change in several sectors, including tourism sectors. A minor league that currently Hub is working research into AI, but of course, still like knowledge can little idea support the sector, then we must prepare initial. Okay, thank you, Bapak Eka. Bapak Eka, one of the key point about the AI itself is the AI is one of the challenges, especially the issue that's related with Industry 4.0, right? So we intended to put the AI in all of the sectors. Why? Because in AI we try to make it more faster, able to provide more accurate kind of I don't say decision, actually result, for instance. So I give it an example. For instance, if you have Rahaja probably already implemented with some of the models into the online learning, for instance, and the lectures, they deliver the classes, for instance, in the online learning, they're able to look at the students, able to look at how many of them actually pay attention with the class, for instance. In my class, I have like this one. So for instance, there are about 20 or 25 students in the screen, for instance. I want to know how many of them actually pay attention with my talks, for instance. I can look at it. I can look at automatically the students that not provide a good kind of answer result. Give an example, for instance, if you provide the assignment, for instance, this is in online learning. Frankly speaking, I have to read it first, one by one, right? But I can put it in the pool in the system. I look at how many of them, based on the AI, that provide some of the predictions, of the score. I can look at it and I compare it. It's around 80% of those results is the same. It's the same with mine. So what I'm saying is the AI in the future is able to help not only the lectures, but able to provide any kind of professionals to take a decision, for instance, like that. Okay, that's number 3. Number 4, there are 9, right? There are 9.
Yes, right? There are 9 questions.
Okay,
wait. Okay, it's from Ninda until Nanda, 4 until 9. Okay, please, Dr. Ford.
Okay, Nanda, Ninda.
Okay, I will read 2 questions if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, Ninda from University of Raja said, according to Startuppreneur Era, how do startups prepare their business digitalization strategies before joining a business incubator?
Thank you, Ninda. This is a very good question. If you look at the Canvas model, if you look at the Canvas model, for instance, if you are become entrepreneurs, the first things that you're asking to me, when, right? How do I start prepare the business strategy before joining? See, this is very important. The startup model in the first beginning, you have to make it like I can say like a feasibility study first. So do not look at the digitalization when you are in the part of the incubator itself. It's too late. You have to prepare it before you enter it. That's my answers. And number 5, how can digital transformation be creative for organizations that have other big issues to deal with? Digital transformation, either you ready or not, you accept it or not. This has become the prominent, and this has become the fact, the concrete situation. Because when we are in the COVID-19 pandemics, almost all of those processes intended for moving into digitalization. For instance, students have to take a class at home, right? Students have to make kind of registration at home. Student have to make kind of assignment, even exam at home. Yeah. If you wanna going to the bank, for instance, you don't have to go to the bank. You can use it mobile or you can web. Those kind of process, either you accept it or reject it, either you like or dislike. This happens. So like or not, this become a critical now and in the future. And the sixth question: how do we get the entire company on board with digital transformation initiative? Entire company on board. What the meaning of? Do you mean that the whole company? Probably. I don't quite understood with number 6. Entire company on board. Okay. Moving to the 7.
Yeah.
What is your biggest?
Maybe Dr. Ford, maybe from the participant, Olaf, you can make it clear for your questions, and maybe Dr. Ford will answer the questions next. Okay, for number 7, please. Dr.
What
Ford.
is your biggest piece or biggest prize? Biggest piece of advice for getting started with digital transformation? Oh, do you mean the advice to start with digital transformation? Okay, to Mila, the digital transformation, you can start it from looking the process that repetitive, yeah, that able to move into the digital one. For instance, like when you are in university, for instance, there are repetitive process, for instance, registration, or even, for instance, assignment and etc. You don't have to send it, because in old fashion, sometimes people say, oh, we do digital, sir. Why? Because we send those files using email. This not digital like that. So you have to have a system and able to make those repetitive process into the digital format. That's number 7. And number 8, what advice you have to those who want to begin their digital transformation? Advice is very good for Teresia. It's about the advice. The first is you have to identify it first. Which one from the whole process in the organization that able to move to the digital process itself. Yeah. So try to look at it from repetitive tasks that you can moving into digitals, and from those part you can enhance it. Not only stop from that, but able to look at it about the possibility you re-engineered the whole process in your organization. And the last from Nanda, the key success business digital strategy. Frankly speaking, the key success is very important is human. Yeah, the person inside of the organization. Why? Because in certain kind of cases, there are some of resistance of those people when they're moving to the digital one. Yeah, I still remember in the early 20, when we moving from the paper-based into reporting, we using from diskette in that time. There are many lectures that not hesitate to follow that. Why? Because they look at, wow, this is burden our job, additional job. Because in the time using paper, print it, sign, it's very easy, right? But now it's moving into the digital one. We have to send it. That's in early 20, yeah. Send it the diskette. And the amazing thing is, in the past, when you send it all of the papers, this is quite difficult to trace those kind of results, right? But using the diskette, because that's processed by the computers, it takes less than 1 day, we can got the kind of result. So that's making the process faster. So when process make faster, some people probably thought that, yeah, this is additional, add some of the tasks on my burden, that's become resistant for those kind of digital situations. I guess that's it for the answers for the 9 questions. Thank you.
For the participants who asked the questions, it is enough from Dr. Ford. But before end this session, we would like to appreciate our speaker by giving an honor certificate given by Dr. P.O. Abbas Sunaria MSc, Rector of University of Raharja. Dr. P.O. Abbas, please.
Mute. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Poch Lumban Gao.
Thank you, Pak Rector.
Excellent. Yeah, acknowledge this speaker today is planned for research in the words. We present certificate you as keynote speaker at the ICOSTECH 2022.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Po. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you to Dr. Ford Lumbangaol and
Thank you so much,
Dr.
Bapak Rektor.
P.O. Abbas Sunari, MSc.
Thank
Thank you
you,
very
thank
much
you.
for your amazing presentation.
Thank
Ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned because after this we are having our second distinguished speaker.
Thank you.
In this international conference, 214 papers were submitted, 83 papers were accepted, and 131 papers were rejected. The percentage of papers accepted was 39% from 12 countries and 2 continents. 12 countries involved in this international conference of ICOSTECH 2022: Indonesia, India, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Malaysia, China, Pakistan, Singapore, United Arab Emirates, Netherlands, Georgia, Oman. To ICOSTECH 2022.
Universitas Raharja, kampus pilihan masyarakat, letaknya sangat strategis, lokasinya di jantung kota Tangerang. Mudah dijangkau dari segala akses lalu lintas antar kota dan provinsi. Kampus yang mengutamakan mutu, terakreditasi BAN PT, dan bersertifikasi ISO 9001-2015. Banyak prestasi yang diraih, didukung kerjasama yang luas, di antaranya dengan kampus-kampus unggul di seluruh tanah air dan kampus-kampus kelas dunia. Kerjasama dengan dunia usaha, industri, pemerintahan, dan lembaga sertifikasi profesi yang berkualitas. Dalam menunjang peningkatan mutu akademik, manajemen kampus berkomitmen dalam memfasilitasi berbagai inovasi kreativitas dosen dan mahasiswa. Sejalan dengan Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi, keberhasilan Universitas Raharja didukung dengan manajemen kampus yang profesional. Universitas Raharja, Choice Campus for the Better Future.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for staying tuned in this room. Now we are coming to the next agenda, a distinguished speech from our second keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Rahmat Budiarto from Al-Baha University, Saudi Arabia. He is now with us. And in this special occasion, Professor Dr. Rahmat Budiarto will deliver his speech entitled Memory Prediction Framework, Theoretical Concept and Implementation.
He is a full professor at the Department of Computer Science, Al-Baha University, Saudi Arabia. His research interests include intelligence systems, brand modeling, IP physics, network security, wireless sensor networks, and methods. He was chairing IPN Security Working Group, established IP Physics Research Center and iPhysics Center at University Sains Malaysia in 2005, then appointed as a deputy of the center. He was promoted to full professorship post at USM in March 2011. Overall, he has published 306 publications, including 31 YOS TSR publications and 184 Scopus indexed publications. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm round of applause to Professor Dr. Rahmat Budiarto.
Professor Rahmat Budiarto, your time is 45 minutes, please.
Okay, thank you so much, moderator, Pak Yudi. Can you hear my voice?
Yes, it's clear. It is clear. Very clear.
I also would like to thank Dr. Untung for the invite as a keynote speaker for this esteemed conference. Also, thanks to my old friends, the president of University Raharja, Dr. Abbas, long time. I think we met at 2009, right? Okay, so I'm so happy to be here. And let me share my screen. Is it possible to?
Yes. Yes, please. Is it possible, Prof?
Yeah, how? Because I.
Okay, you just choose share screen. On the screen, and then share screen, and then you just choose the slide that you want to present.
No, it is one participant can share at time.
Okay, maybe operator, can you please allow Professor Rahmat to share the screen? Okay, wait, Prof.
Yeah. You are still young, Dr. Abbas. Look at my hair.
Okay, Professor, please, maybe you can try again to share screen.
Still.
Because you are co-host, so I think that it is probably you can share screen without permission, actually.
It's only one participant can share at time, multiple participants can share simultaneously, and advanced share options. Usually it immediately goes to my screen, right?
Or maybe if you don't mind, you can send the PowerPoint slides and the operator can operate.
Oh yeah, I sent already to Dr. Untung. Maybe Dr. Untung can share.
Wait. Okay. Is this your slide, Prof?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Okay. Yes, Professor, please.
Yeah. Okay. How to close? Okay. Thank you again. Yeah. Well, Dr. Untung contact me last 3 weeks ago to invite me to give talk on this conference. And if I look at the theme of the conference, it's about sustainable science and technology for in terms of future resource development. So I decided to choose the one topics in AI, AI technology, because I also want to show that this technology can sustain, because so many technologies comes and goes, right, in IT, right? If you can name it, where is grid computing now, right? Where is what they call smart database, right? So it's like a hip, one day they will be going. So, and even for AI, I heard that our neighbor here in Jazeera, United Arab Emirates, they just appoint one minister to deal with the AI. So just to show that how important this technology. Okay, next please. Okay, just ice breaking. Now I'm in Al-Baha. Yeah? This is the smallest province in Saudi Arabia. It is about 320 kilometers from Mecca. So I believe everybody knows Mecca on the southwest. Yeah. So yeah. Next. I think it hard to believe for you that Al-Baha is a bit greenish, yeah? And we have this plantation as well. So I feel, stay in my country because I still can enjoy bananas. And then next slide, please. And we also this greenish as well. Yeah. Okay. So yeah. Okay. Today I would like to start with the introductions, right? And then continue with the memory predictions, implementation, and future development. Okay, maybe this one more technical, yeah, but I try to skip some difficult or uninterested part later on. Okay, so let's start with introductions. Okay, so if we talk about AI, machine learning, deep learning, so sometimes maybe people confuse, yeah, what is AI, what is machine learning, what is deep learning. But simply we can say that AI is engineering intelligent machines, yeah? While the machine learning is the ability of the machine to learn. Yeah, without being actually programmed. And deep learning is the learning techniques that based on deep neural network. So if we can say that deep learning is a part of machine learning and machine learning is a part of artificial intelligence. And next, please. Yeah, so just want to compare that from what you call programming or development point of view, yeah, from machine learning perspective versus conventional programming. So basically, the traditional modeling or traditional programming, or we have program and we have data. Then we ask computer to do the computation and we got the result. But in machine learning, we have a data and we have the expected output, right? And then we ask the computer to come up with a model. Yeah, and then this model we will be using for predictions with the new data. Yeah, so that's just the difference. Yeah, the conventional programming, data, program, we have result. But in machine learning, we have input data, we have output data, then we are going to find the model. Okay, next. Okay, what is intelligent? I just want to take a very simple definition because it will relate to what our works later on. Yeah. So intelligent is ability to learn, understand, and think. So this is the most simple definition from Oxford's dictionary. Next, please. Okay. Yeah. Then we define the AI. So AI is the study of how to make computers make things which at the moment humans do better. Yeah, for example, this recognitions, inferencing, decision making, abstract thinking, and learning new skills. Yeah, so these capabilities, right, are better performed by humans compared to the computers. So we try to teach the machine to learn. Yeah, so that's why we implement this artificial intelligence. Okay, next. Yeah, so if you compare, right, a human in machine, some people think that machines can perform better, but you can see here that human has real intelligence, while machine they only have artificial intelligence. Why? We tell them how to do, right? Through the learning process. And human has capability to perform general tasks in terms of intelligence, but machine can only perform specific tasks. Yeah. For example, even for recognition, they only can recognize face, for example, recognize vehicles, for example, right? And this what machines outperforms human, they are fast. Yeah. So, sorry, is this the next slide? Okay, yes. Yeah, human relative slow, yeah, because if you calculate, yeah, the square root of 1,301, of course, computer do faster, yeah. Okay, next. Yeah, so we start with this human brain modeling, yeah. So you can see here, right, we have brain, and then brain consists of network, a million of neuron, yeah, that set up a network there. And then these neurons consist of 4 parts, yeah. So we have dendrites, we have what they call nucleus, we have axons, and then we have synapses. Yeah. So dendrite is for input, nucleus is for process, yeah? And axon is to aggregate the signal to other neurons, and synapses is for this input-output operation. So if we model this, so we come up with the this one neuron structure in computational view of point. Yeah. So the input, yeah, the spiking signal from dendrite will be summed up, yeah, with these integrations or summations. Yeah, and then we aggregate this output into the result, and usually we have like what they call activation function. Yeah, so we have 2 process here. But if you see here, it's only sum up operations and activations function we have here, nothing more. Yeah, and then with that we come up with this model. Yeah, the model of our brain there. Then we come up with this artificial neural network. Okay, next please. Yeah, so in okay, we looks like we have a very nice model with neural network. Yeah, it can solve so many problems, but it still has some issues. Yeah, the first issue is the FIS architecture. So we have to predefine the neural network that we are going to use. Yeah, and then we have also another problem with this catastrophic forgetting, means that the machines will forget what he learns after he learns a new thing. Yeah, so this so-called catastrophic forgetting. Yeah, and you know, when we define the neural network, we have to determine the weight, right? If the weight changes, and then the machine forget about the previous weights. Yeah, and then also this another issue, the excessive training time. Yeah, so because usually we work with the bulk of data, and sometimes we need to, you know, if you have experience using Google Colabs, that free one, yeah, so maybe you may take days, yeah, to train your model. Yeah. Okay, so the historical goal of machine learning research was to give a sense of human intelligence into a machine. Yeah, so this is the historical goal. Initially, yeah, they want to have a machine that has capability of human intelligence. But the current intelligent machine still unable to perform tasks that is trivial to human brain, yeah, like recognition, inferencing, and so on. Yeah. Well, the development focuses more on engineering side, yeah, and computational complex problem. Yeah. Because why? Because machine has capability to do computation fast. Yeah. So this model, the current model, is not following the way human brain forms intelligence from neuroscience point of view. Yeah? So we need a new approach to model and mimic human neural cortex. Yeah? I will explain later on what is neural cortex. And of course, we need a neuroscience theory that explains how these human brains work when we develop our intelligence. Yeah. Okay. Next, please. Okay. Yeah. So yeah. Well, let's look at the biological aspect. Yeah. So the researchers Hawkins and Blakeslee, on their book entitled "On Intelligence," yeah, they said that neocortex, yeah, the part of our brain, is the largest part that actually responsible to form human intelligence. Yeah, so this part is more on memory. Yeah, so the memory develop the human intelligence. Yeah, so they come up with this theory, the memory prediction framework. So this actually repackaging several neuroscience theories to explain the high-level operation of human neural cortex and the role in forming human intelligence. So they come up with this framework. Yeah. It is not only rooted in the assumptions of biology, but also makes sense from computational point of view. So he wants a model that the machine will having intelligence as human. Yeah, so the engine will create their own intelligence based what we teach them at the beginning. Okay, next. Yeah, so this still again in biology aspect. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not from biology, but I have to understand this one. So bottom line, this memory is a sequence, yeah, a sequence process here, yeah, from this one. Okay, next. Yeah. Okay, next, please. Based on the sequence, later on we have an idea how to come up with a new model then. Okay. So this is how Hawkins model the memory actually. Yeah? So having done some research and experiment, he come up with this model. So the neocortex is divided into 6 layers. Yeah, the lower the layer, the details, the informations. Yeah, so we have an object on the top layer, and then we have the detail. So it may happen to us that I meet someone, yeah, one day. I remember the face, but I forgot the name. So it may happen that, you know, through this, what they call the connections, that, you know, the names lay in the very bottom line because it is detailed. Yeah, I can recognize the face, but I forgot the name. Yeah, so this is how the relation explain the memory then. Okay, next, please. Yeah. Just to give an analog, yeah, when our kids learning, yeah. So, well, already okay. So, well, our brain is what they call the learning machine, yeah. So how we learn? We learn by what they call recognizing or learning from the examples, right? So when we teach kids to recognize cars, so we give so many difference of car, right? The different color, different model, different shape, right? But when we show one figure here, the kids can recognize that this is a car, right? Why? Because this car has features, right? It has door, it has wheels, it has steering, it has windows, lights, and so on. Yeah. So the kids will learn by recognizing features. Okay. Next. Yeah. So this is the model that. Okay. Go ahead. 1, 2. Yeah. Okay. This is the model that proposed by Hawkins. Yeah. So the core of the model is what's so called hierarchical temporal memories. Yeah. And the core is this special pooler. Yeah? So the data is encoded into binary vector, and we call it as SDR. Yeah? SDR is sparse. Why I forgot. Where is it? I think I have it. Yeah, and then it is a kind of standard data, yeah, from this model, and then this SDR will be passed into classifier, and this classifier will learn, yeah, from the previous data, and we have like prediction class there. Okay, and then it also has a component, they call it what they call this one. Why I forgot the name. Yeah, this figure in B just represent a single layer in the HTM network, and this is structured as a set of mini column. Yeah, so this is a mini column, and each will be mapped into a set of cells. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, from here to here. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. So all these input will be mapped into one local inhibition in what's so called one layer mini columns. Yeah. And then this one is same as neural network. Yeah. So we have feedback to learn, and then also we have also feed forwards to aggregate the result. And this also, if we analog to the what's so called activation functions in neural network. Yeah. So we have this. We call it activation frequency. Okay, next please. Okay, next please. Yep. Yeah, so this the details, yeah. Up. Okay, so just now I forgot the abbreviation. Yeah, this SDR stand for sparse distributed representation. Yeah, so this is the the basic representation of input data in HTM in their model. Yeah. Okay, so we have this spooler. Yeah, this spooler actually models how neurons learn feed-forward connection and form efficient representations of the input. Yeah, it will convert arbitrary binary input patterns into sparse distributed representation (SDR). Yeah, using a combination of competitive Hebbian learning rules. Yeah, and homeostatic excitability control. Okay, next. Okay. Now we introduce our model. Yeah. So quite different from the HTM proposed by Hopkins. We propose single cell assembled sequential hierarchical memory. Yeah. We still follow the layer. We have 6 layers, but we represent the smallest entity as a cell here. Yeah. So this cell has this component. Yeah. So for every single neural cell, we have this component, and we have 3 main modules. One for control, second engine or module for predictions, and the third modules to arrange this sequence. Yeah, for example, this cell, this is the sequence in this layer. Yeah, so all this managed by the sequence manager. So we come up with the episodic memory actually. Yes. Next. Okay, this is the representation of single neural cell architecture. Yeah. So from the input gate, we have input. Yeah, and then for the output gate, we have excitatory. So goes to another cell. Then we also can come up with prediction from both gates. And this single neural cell, a neuron cell, has 2 managers. One to set up the cell, and the other one is for activations. Yeah. Okay, and we have this what they call, because in neurons we have this what they call the aggregate output also. Or what the sensor to activate. Okay, so we also use a genetic algorithms concept All right, so this is the structure of the gene that we use for one single cell. So we have the energy, we have the matching rate to fire, learning rate, and the weight itself. Okay, next, please. Yeah, I just want to compare how different our proposed, the memory prediction framework as a whole with the deep learning we know already. Yeah, so memory prediction framework, usually we use streaming data, yeah, while deep learning use static and large data. Yeah? So we don't need to have a training in our framework, but of course, deep learning needs a training, right? And then the time in which pattern stream is very important, yeah, because if you look at this HTM, yeah, hierarchical temporal memory. Yeah? And memory prediction also learn as we go and adapt to changing data. So the memory prediction framework can or able to perform on the fly learning. Yeah. So it will learn from time to time. Okay. And then it may not be applicable to broad. Yes. So far we only have application that can solve one specific problem, and especially it's very excel in anomaly detections. If we have a streaming data, like networking traffic, in networking, and also can do this predicting data and accurate semantic search. Okay. But deep learning, what we observe, it is not capable to adapt to the changing data. Yeah? So that's why the prediction may, less accuracy there. A bit complex in setup. Yeah. So you have to determine how many layers you have in the hidden layers there. Okay, next. Okay, then if I compare our proposed model with the HTM from Hawkins, yeah, we use a single cell, yeah, to represent neurons or synapse, yeah, yeah, and then we have simpler and faster execution for forecasting data without the need to update multiple cells across the set of activated mini column in case of HTM. Yeah? So if we compare to HTM, we are better, yeah, in terms of execution time. Okay. So yeah, we don't need to learn for long terms. Dependent. Why? Because it's learns on the fly. Yeah? So every time they need to learn, they do the learning. Right? Yeah. So far, we can see that our system or our model is scalable in case there is a need to implement multi-cell architecture. So we can increase the model to recognize complex objects. Okay, next, please. Okay, we go to implementation. Yeah, so we implement our model to detect, yeah, the anomaly behaviors of internal enterprise network. Yeah, so we receive the traffic stream here, and then we transform into sparse distributed representations, yeah, 0, 1, 0, 1 also. And then we have this memory engine. Yeah. So with this, it creates the memory, on the type of traffic, yeah, TCP, UDP, email server. So it create automatically, yeah, how many feature we are going to have, yeah. And then with all this process, right, with the activation function and so on, we do this what they call prediction analysis, yeah. Okay. Okay, next. Next, please. Okay. So, okay. For data set, actually, I silently capture the network in our university network. Yeah. So I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 segments. Yeah, 5 segments in the building. Right, is about 120 users. Right. And we captured about 3 months, yeah, without the IT centers knowing, yeah, because we have tools for that, and we simulate this in our lab, yeah. So we just use a 3PC and set up a small network here, and also we inject anomaly, yeah, in one of this machine to create anomaly traffic, yeah? And we observe 8 users only because we need to present the things, right? Okay, next, please. Yeah, so I just want to show you the result, yeah, how our model construct the memory here, yeah. So we have 4 level. Oh, where is the SHS? Oh, okay, fine. So because actually, when we implement this, we simplify the layers. So we have only 4 layers there. I don't know why I don't have the picture here. Okay, so we have first layer, second layer, third layer, and fourth layer. This is the first. Yeah? Okay. So we also get the weight of all these cell and so on. Okay. Next, please. Yeah, just to show that we can recognize the or profiling the user, and we limit into 8, yeah, 8 top user only. So this is the behavior of the top 8 users in the network. Next, please. Yeah. Then we compare with deep learning here in terms of prediction accuracy. You can see here that deep learning fail to learn, yeah, fail to predict well here because the deep learning was predefined, pre-trained, and it's not able to learn on the fly. Yeah. So okay, next. Just again, yeah, the profiling in terms of applications, yeah, application that the top 4 user accessing during the experiments. Okay. Next. Okay. The second implementation, we try to help the small, medium company to survive during COVID-19 pandemic. Yeah? So this is the system architecture. We develop our own big data, yeah, and then we have AI back engine, and we use this memory prediction framework, and we give a web service to all these SMEs companies, and we charge very, very minimum, yeah, and of course they can access through web or mobile apps. Next, please. Yeah, so this is the system methodology. We have COVID data here, and then as well as this business data, and we do the pre-processing, and we implement this memory prediction framework and come up with the prediction model here. The data, this one we develop ourselves, and this one aggregated data from someone else. Okay. Next, please. Yeah, so just illustration that we have this details input for our model, yeah? Just to predict the revenue. Yeah? Okay, but also we consider this pandemic data, yeah? I mean prediction to be considered in order to predict the revenue, and then we come up with the recommendation as well. Next, please. Yeah. Oh, where is the data then? Ah, here. Okay. Actually, this work is collaborations with Universitas Raharja. Dr. Untung helped me in analysis as well as collecting the data from some small, medium enterprises in Jakarta or Tangerang or whatever. Yeah. So thank you, Dr. Untung. So we publish soon, inshallah. Next, please. Okay, so I reached to the conclusion here. Yeah. So what we are doing now is actually to show that the neuroscience AI collaborations can, what we call, maintain the sustainability of AI itself. Yeah. So collaboration is the key word here to sustain our research actually. Yeah. So that's my main point here. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Next, please. Our future plan. Yeah. So this is my dream. Yeah, to have an empirical study to validate computational neocortex model. Yeah, using mobile magnetoencephalography, because now already available the mobile MEG or even fMRI. So we want to observe the activity of the neurons when a human create the intelligence. Yeah. When I was in Malaysia, we have collaboration work with neuroscientists, Prof. I forgot the names, from medical school. Yeah. So we have the fix. Yeah. So you have to sit down and then we record your brain activity. So what the idea is to generate a young Mahathir Mohamad. Yeah. Why? Because the way Mahathir take the policies, we want mimic, and then we teach machine or humans to perform the same process. Yeah. Okay. Because the current experiment in our lab is only involving just a network in our building, but I really want to implement the model into a real enterprise network. Yeah, means we have so many features. Yeah, so many applications running in the network. If you see in the experiments of our implementation, the network is very simple and the application is very common. Yeah, so really I want to see how the what they call the the applications, yeah, like database application, web application, can be penetrated by the malware. Yeah, so I really want to know this one. Yeah. Yeah. Next. Yeah. So these are some future directions on the memory prediction framework research. Yeah. We plan to find an ideal algorithm that can learn Markov order automatically and efficiently to make accurate high order predictions. Yeah? A real-world sequence contains contextual dependency that span multiple time steps. This actually to measure the ability to make Markov high-order prediction. The second, we also want to work on algorithms that can recognize and learn new patterns rapidly. So in terms of speed, yeah, to perform continuous learning for real-time data stream analysis. Yeah? So many applications we can implement later on. Next, please. The third one is to study on the proper sequence learning algorithm, yeah, that can make multiple predictions simultaneously and evaluate the likelihood of each prediction online because a given temporal context. Yeah. So again, real-time applications implementation. And the fourth one is to study on ultimate algorithm that possesses acceptable performance on various problems without any task specific. Well, this is very what they call bombastic, yeah, maybe to I don't know, but this is really challenging, yeah. Okay, learning in the cortex is enormously robust for a wide range of tasks. In contrary, most machine learning algorithms require optimizing a set of hyperparameters, yeah, a set of hyperparameters for 5 years time. Then the hyperparameters tuning present a major challenge for applications that require a high degree of automations, like data stream mining. Yeah. So maybe this one very ambitious, but you know, just to show that you know, our research is sustainable. So I believe we can achieve something in the future. Next. Yeah, in general, I can give some research feature directions on AI. First is personalized advertising. Maybe currently you feel, sometimes you feel annoying, yeah? Because when you browse something, then Google will pop up advertisement that's really not interesting you. So means it's not so personalized, yeah? And then augmented reality, this one also mentions by Dr. Ford just now, yeah, the augmented reality. We can implement our AI in augmented reality, so many applications here. And then intelligent robots, yeah, robot more intelligence, not only fast, not only doing repetitive things, but also has more intelligence, yeah. Of course, by implementing this memory prediction and also creative AI. Okay. Next. Syukron. Limutabi'atikum. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Rahmat Budiarto, for your presentations. Very, is giving us more knowledge than before. And you present about memory prediction framework, theoretical concept, and implementation. If I may a little bit conclude that you have a future plan. The first one is an empirical study to validate computational neocortex model using mobile magneto-encephalography. And the second one is experiment with larger organizational network and evaluate the performance of the proposed detection system by performing more user behavioral analytical functionalities. The third future plan is address the limitation of learning from unknowingly bad traffic by incorporating a feedback mechanism that allows the SCASHM to decide whether to discard the current newly learned data or to adjust the previously learned data. And your previous slide is showing us that you have 4 points of artificial intelligence researchers future directions. The first one is personalized advertising. The second one is augmented reality. The third one is intelligent robot. And the last one is creative artificial intelligence. I think that's all your presentation, if may I sum up. And now we have already had some questions addressed to Professor Rahmat Budiarto. Maybe operator can show the questions. Okay, so this is these are the third, sorry, wait. It is unclear. Can we make it clear, please? Okay. Okay, I will read the questions from the chat box if it's unclear. The first question is from Mila from University of Raharja, Professor. I read from the chat box first. Wait, from Mila. The questions is okay. Sorry. Wait. Thank you so much and nice to hear your presentation, Prof. I'm Mila from University of Raharja. On the other hand, okay, I share first. Okay, Prof. I will read the question. Thank you so much and nice to hear your presentation, Professor. I'm Mila from University of Raharja. On the other hand, the human resources are supported by artificial intelligence. What are the opportunities for the world of work in Indonesia in the future? And what are the challenges of implementing AI in Indonesia? Is Indonesia ready to implement it in various fields in Indonesia? Okay, so there are 3 sub-questions. Okay, yeah. The first one is okay. We can see it clearly on the screen. Okay, Mila is the third question first. The first question is come from Muhammad Zainuddin from Binus University. Maybe I will read from the first. The first question is, I want to ask, what should the world of education do to catch up with AI developments? Professor Rahmat, please.
Okay, this is a typical in Indonesia. Yeah? So, you know, I'm a bit nervous if I present in Indonesia because it will come out with very, very challenging questions. Okay, but anyway, thank you so much for the question. Yeah. So, what should the world of education do to catch up with AI developments? Well, actually, that's why I asked, you know, to share my screen, because in my latest version, I finished 2 o'clock in the morning. So I show how people think about AI. Yeah? So how worries they are about AI, right? But no worries, in education, it's difficult to replace teacher, instructor, lecturers with robots. Very, very difficult. Yeah, maybe lawyers, medical doctors, what else? They can replace with you know, expert system or whatever. But for teaching, it's really difficult. Even though we have now what they call e-learning system. Yeah, so you record your lecture, and then students can attend or can watch your video anytime, any place, anywhere, right? But still, someone need to be there. I'm not so sure whether robots can replace us. So we are safe so far. Okay, so what should the world of education do to catch up with AI development? Yes. In terms of human resource development, right? So I heard also in Indonesia, they start to introduce a creative thinking to students from, I think from the elementary school. They have this component, creative thinking, yeah? Because I will relate to this second question later on, the creativity, right? So yeah, for me, Indonesia already started with this, and every place in the world, they start to teach students with the new concept of, they said, creative thinking. Yeah, so I was surprised, when elementary school students are trained or are trained or give the like workshop to come up with algorithms to solve one problem. Wow, that's really amazing, right? So yeah, and then other things, in the future, maybe we have so many tools that based on AI to help us to perform our tasks, yeah, to educate people. So, well, what to do to catch up is be ready. And also because education is one of the domains the AI can be implemented a lot, yeah. For example, for what do you call recommender system for student that has a problem, yeah, with the type of study, for example, yeah. So now we have this what they call learning management system, so we can look at all these activities of students, and then we can recommend optimally how typical students can improve their performance during their study. Yeah. So, well, maybe what do we do is actually to prepare ourselves to be familiar with the technology. If we don't want to develop ourselves, then we try to get used or familiar with the tools to help our task there. So I think that's my answer. Hopefully you are happy with this.
Okay, so the point is that we have to be familiar with the tools so we can catch up with AI developments, right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Okay, the second questions come from Farah Fadila from University of Raharja. The question is that there is an interesting words of machine versus humanity. The question is, who will rise to the creativity challenge, Prof? Jazakallah khairan. Jazak.
MashaAllah. You read Arabic. Okay, shukran. Okay, so well, this really interesting questions. Yeah, who will win? Yeah, in terms of creativity. Well, I forgot the university, but one lady's professor, she is specialized in AI creativity. Yeah, so she claims that she can train the machine to do the creativity. So they come up with one system that is able to compose a song. Yeah. So why? Because with this predictive memory, when you have a sequence of what they call notes in music, so the system will creatively suggest you what notes, yeah, you will use there. Yeah? So the system, well, in terms of the domains, yeah, the songs, creations. Well, they come up with very nice what they call compositions. Yeah. Also, they have also another system for drawing. Yeah, art drawing. Yeah. So, well, if the system is given some keyword, some images, yeah, so this system will creatively come up with the paints, yeah, that and now the what they call the paints product from this creativity AI already available in the markets. Yeah, so of course, yeah, of course, creativities belong to humans, but I believe one day the machine also can come up with their own creativity.
Okay, thank you. I think that's very tricky questions. Human versus creativity, machines versus humanity. But I think thank you very much for the answer, Prof. Okay, we still have 10 minutes for the Q&A sessions, and we still remain two questions.
Sorry, the question number 3.
Yeah, we still have 2 more questions. Okay, I will read the question number 3 from Mila, University of Raharja. So the question is that, on the other hand, the human resources are supported by artificial intelligence. So what are the opportunities for the world of work in Indonesia in the future? And what are the challenges of implementing AI in Indonesia? Is Indonesia ready to implement it in various fields in Indonesia?
Yeah, so the first question, what are the opportunities for the world of work in Indonesia in the future? Yes. Yes, I have a slide on this actually. One thing that people worries about AI is they will compete with robots, or they will compete with the system that no longer needs their expertise. Yeah, so lost job. Yeah, but in fact, AI, yes, dismiss some works, but at the other hand, they create another work. For example, if you look at the bank now, especially in Saudi Arabia, we don't need to come to the customer service to arrange our business. I just go to the websites and then their portal and then do what I want. And then another 2 or 3 days, I come to the bank, I settle everything. Means that they reduce the customer service officer. Do you see any teller in bank now?
No.
It's no longer a lot, right? Only 1 or 2 tellers, right?
Yes.
So they change with ATM. Okay, so they remove some of jobs in teller desk, right? But what happened? The more bank what they call grower, the more branches they need. So in the branch they put only 2 persons. Even in very rural area, they have branches there. Only 2%. Yeah, so it creates another job actually. So no worries. Yeah, but I mean, jobs that disappear is like natural, right?
Yeah.
Do you see any typewriters now? I don't think so.
Yeah.
I remember in the past, right? We have one room, so many ladies there typing. I still remember the sound. Right? So it disappeared, right? So well, there's technology consequences. Yeah. So that's the opportunities.
Okay.
AI, yes, remove some jobs, but also at the same time creates another job. So no worries. Yeah, but the problem is you have to be retrained. Okay, another example. In the US, last time, the truck driver is one of the most popular job, right? So nowadays, they think that they want to implement this, what they call autopilot truck, even in China. Yeah, so they lost the job. Yeah? But at the same time, maybe they create another job there. Okay, no worries about that. And what are the challenges of implementing AI in Indonesia? I don't see any obstacle in Indonesia. We have already also the what they call the it's like agency, right? In Indonesia, like community, artificial intelligence community of Indonesia, if I'm not mistaken. I know some people there. If I'm not mistaken, Prof. Teddy Mantoro, right? So I think he is one of the active person there. Yeah. So challenge mean, oh, okay. In terms of human resource, we have it. We have a lot of talents to you know, develop any AI system there. Is Indonesia ready to implement in very soon? Yes, we have to. We have to. No worries. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Professor, for the answer. So the main point is that job disappear is normal. So yeah, so that's very interesting. So we come to the last questions from Nana from University of Raharja. With further development of AI, is it possible for a self-awareness in the system?
Yes. The answer is yes, very true. Yeah. So we can develop the self-awareness of any system using this AI. I like this, you know, this terminology, self-awareness. Yeah, the answer is yes.
Okay, thank you. Short, simple, and comprehensive. Thank you, Professor Rahmat Budiarto, for your answers. This is the end of the Q&A session. I think there's no other questions. And before closing this session, we would like to give an appreciation from Rector of University of Raharja. We will give an honor certificate given by Dr. P.O. Abbas Sunaria. Dr. P.O. Abbas, please.
Thank you. Excellent. Thank you, Professor Rahmat Budiarto. Excellent knowledge as discussion speaker today. Because this is blended benefits for our research in the world. We present this certificate to you as keynote speaker at the ICOSTECH 2022. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you, Dr. Abbas. Thank you, Professor Rahmat Budiarto. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of the keynote session 2 with the speakers of Professor Dr. Rahmat Budiarto. The previous speaker is from Dr. Insinyur Fort Lumbangaul SSCMCom. He's still with us now. Thank you very much again. He delivered his speech, empowerment in digitalization driven. For all of our speakers, please give round of applause to both of our keynote speakers this morning. Thank you very much. Thank you. And don't forget, after this, we'll have parallel sessions.
Okay, thank you.
Video, please.
I'm leaving now.
Video, please. Yes. So, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to remind you that after this, we are going to have parallel sessions. Therefore, there will be 4 tracks for the session. Hence, you are advised to choose the rooms that correspond to your sessions. In the rooms, there is a host and moderator for each session. And we will start the next sessions after break at 12:55 p.m. For that reason, you should online at least 15 minutes before the session begins. So it's around maybe 12:45. We hope you could be back to this room in time. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy your break. I'm Yudi Septiawan. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bye-bye.
Wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih.
this international conference, 214 papers were submitted, 83 papers were accepted, and 131 papers were rejected. The percentage of papers accepted was 39% from 12 countries and 2 continents. 12 countries involved in this international conference of ICOSTECH 2022. Indonesia, India, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Malaysia, China, Pakistan, Singapore, United Arab Emirates, Netherlands, Georgia, Oman. To ICOSTECH 2022.
Universitas Raharja, kampus pilihan masyarakat, letaknya sangat strategis. Lokasinya di jantung kota Tangerang. Mudah dijangkau dari segala akses lalu lintas antar kota dan provinsi. Kampus yang mengutamakan mutu, terakreditasi BAN PT, dan bersertifikasi ISO 9001-2015. Banyak prestasi yang diraih, didukung kerjasama yang luas, di antaranya dengan kampus-kampus unggul di seluruh tanah air dan kampus-kampus kelas dunia. Kerjasama dengan dunia usaha, industri, pemerintahan, dan lembaga sertifikasi profesi yang berkualitas. Dalam menunjang peningkatan mutu akademik, manajemen kampus berkomitmen dalam memfasilitasi berbagai inovasi kreativitas dosen dan mahasiswa. Sejalan dengan Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi, keberhasilan Universitas Raharja didukung dengan manajemen kampus yang profesional. Universitas Raharja, Choice Campus for the Better Future.
Namaku Betari Ayu. Aku adalah mahasiswi Fakultas Teknik Informatika, jurusan Multimedia Audiovisual and Broadcasting. Aku juga seorang public figure. Berkarya dalam seni peran adalah passionku. Namun, aku juga tetap bisa kuliah. Mau tahu di mana aku bisa mewujudkan itu semua? Di sini, Universitas Raharja, salah satu universitas swasta berbasis teknologi di Kota Tangerang. Di sini aku ambil kelas e-learning plus. Jadi tetap bisa berkuliah tanpa batas waktu dan lokasi. Dimanapun dan kapanpun aku bisa belajar, mengerjakan tugas, bahkan sampai sekarang aku sedang menyusun skripsi.
Universitas yang masih muda, ya, lahir pada tanggal 12 April 2019. Itu hasil penggabungan akademi dan sekolah tinggi. Alhamdulillah, walaupun kita tergolong muda, kita telah melakukan sesuai dengan ketentuan yang memang menjadi anjuran pemerintah. Kita jauh sebelumnya, sebelum didengungkan kampus Merdeka atau Merdeka Belajar, kita sudah melakukan itu. Program blended learning, alhamdulillah bahwa IT kita sudah sangat mumpuni sehingga kita ya sangat sesuai dan ini bisa diterima dan hasilnya cukup baik, ya. Lebih dari itu, untuk tahun 2021-2022 tahun akademik kita telah membuat kebijakan baru yang selama ini kita melepaskan ya untuk mahasiswa, calon mahasiswa yang non reguler, ya nanti kita akan terima, ya kita beri kesempatan kepada mahasiswa sambil bekerja dan kuliah. Mudah-mudahan ini bisa mewadahi sehingga keunggulan yang ada pada Raharja ini bisa dinikmati oleh masyarakat. Kita tercatat kampus 100 besar ranking Sinta berbanding 4.700 kampus lebih yang ada di seluruh tanah air. Semoga kerjasama antara Universitas Raharja dengan seluruh lapisan masyarakat kita bisa berlanjut sehingga kita bisa sama-sama memajukan bangsa melalui pendidikan yang berkualitas, berkarakter dan berdaya saing. Yang pada akhirnya kita bisa sampaikan kepada seluruh masyarakat, mari bergabung bersama Raharja.
Universitas Raharja melalui program studi Teknik Informatika berkewajiban untuk mempersiapkan sumber daya manusia yang bertalenta digital transformation untuk organisasi khususnya yang ada di Indonesia.
Terdiri dari 3 jenjang, ada diploma 3, sarjana, dan magister. Saat ini Universitas Raharja sedang menggalang atau ada program karyawan dengan 1 juta visa kuliah.
Kalian ingin menjadi seorang akuntan publik, menjadi seorang yang berkompetensi di bidang akuntansi dan juga ingin menjadi teknopreneur yang sangat baik, maka boleh kalian bergabung bersama kami di Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis. Pokoknya nggak akan menyesal menjadi seorang yang sukses dan juga hebat di bidang ekonomi dan bisnis.
Profil lulusan program studi Diploma 3 menghasilkan lulusan yang mampu mengamalkan keahlian di bidangnya, bermanfaat bagi masyarakat, serta mampu menciptakan lapangan kerja. Selamat bergabung di Universitas Raharja.
Akuntansi itu seru. Hampir semua lini atau semua sektor memerlukan akuntansi. Mau keuangan, mau jasa, mau industri, mau rumah sakit, semuanya butuh pengolahan uang atau penghitungan uang. Untuk apa? Untuk mengetahui apakah perusahaan tersebut akan menghasilkan untung atau tidak, kemudian akan berlanjut atau tidak, itu adanya di akuntansi. Selamat bergabung dan bersama di Akuntansi FEB Universitas Raharja.
Daya serap lulusan untuk program studi teknik informatika juga sudah terserap dengan baik di beberapa instansi dan perusahaan. So, jangan lupa kita tunggu di Universitas Raharja.
Sistem komputer atau disingkat SK adalah salah satu program studi terakreditasi B pada Universitas Raharja, Kota Tangerang, Provinsi Banten. Visi dari sistem komputer pada tahun 2024, program studi sistem komputer menjadi masyarakat global citizen yang menguasai teknologi informasi dengan kompetensi komputer sistem dan creative communication and inovatif teknologi yang berkualitas, berintegritas, dan berdaya saing tinggi. AMC, aku makin cinta Raharja.
Sistem informasi merupakan salah satu program studi di bidang ilmu teknologi komputer yang bertujuan untuk menciptakan sumber daya manusia siap terap dan mampu menguasai dan serta mengembangkan informasi yang meliputi bisnis intelijen, rekayasa sistem, manajemen sistem informasi, dan globalisasi informasi. Untuk kalian yang ingin bergabung, datang langsung ke Universitas Raharja atau kalian bisa daftar online. Ayo Raharja.
Untuk karir, mahasiswa program studi manajemen retail bisa nantinya akan menjadi pengusaha dan pemilik waralaba. Yang kedua, perencanaan bisnis retail. Yang ketiga, manajer departemen dan konsultan bisnis retail. Ayo, mari bergabung di program studi manajemen retail, Fakultas Ekonomi Bisnis dan Universitas Raharja.
this international conference, 214 papers were submitted, 83 papers were accepted, and 131 papers were rejected. The percentage of papers accepted was 39% from 12 countries and 2 continents. 12 countries involved in this international conference of ICOSTECH 2022. Indonesia, India, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Malaysia, China, Pakistan, Singapore, United Arab Emirates, Netherlands, Georgia, Oman. To ICOSTECH 2022.
Universitas Raharja, kampus pilihan masyarakat, letaknya sangat strategis. Lokasinya di jantung kota Tangerang. Mudah dijangkau dari segala akses lalu lintas antar kota dan provinsi. Kampus yang mengutamakan mutu, terakreditasi Ban PT, dan bersertifikasi ISO 9001-2015. Banyak prestasi yang diraih, didukung kerjasama yang luas, di antaranya dengan kampus-kampus unggul di seluruh tanah air dan kampus-kampus kelas dunia. Kerjasama dengan dunia usaha, industri, pemerintahan, dan lembaga sertifikasi profesi yang berkualitas. Dalam menunjang peningkatan mutu akademik, manajemen kampus berkomitmen dalam memfasilitasi berbagai inovasi, kreativitas dosen, dan mahasiswa. Sejalan dengan Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi, keberhasilan Universitas Raharja didukung dengan manajemen kampus yang profesional. Universitas Raharja, Choice Campus for the Better Future.
Namaku Betari Ayu. Aku adalah mahasiswi Fakultas Teknik Informatika, jurusan Multimedia Audiovisual and Broadcasting. Aku juga seorang public figure, Berkarya dalam seni peran adalah passionku. Namun, aku juga tetap bisa kuliah. Mau tahu di mana aku bisa mewujudkan itu semua? Di sini, Universitas Raharja, salah satu universitas swasta berbasis teknologi di Kota Tangerang. Di sini aku ambil kelas e-learning plus. Jadi tetap bisa berkuliah tanpa batas waktu dan lokasi. Dimanapun dan kapanpun aku bisa belajar, mengerjakan tugas, bahkan sampai sekarang aku sedang menyusun skripsi.
Universitas yang tergolong masih muda, ya, lahir pada tanggal 12 April 2019. Itu hasil penggabungan akademi dan sekolah tinggi. Alhamdulillah, walaupun kita tergolong muda, kita telah melakukan sesuai dengan ketentuan yang memang menjadi anjuran pemerintah. Kita jauh sebelumnya, sebelum didengungkan kampus Merdeka atau Merdeka Belajar, kita sudah melakukan itu. Program blended learning, alhamdulillah bahwa IT kita sudah sangat mumpuni sehingga kita ya sangat sesuai dan ini bisa diterima dan hasilnya cukup baik, ya. Lebih dari itu, untuk tahun 2021-2022 tahun akademik kita telah membuat kebijakan baru yang selama ini kita melepaskan ya untuk mahasiswa, calon mahasiswa yang non reguler, ya nanti kita akan terima, ya kita beri kesempatan kepada mahasiswa sambil bekerja dan kuliah. Mudah-mudahan ini bisa mewadahi sehingga keunggulan yang ada pada Raharja ini bisa dinikmati oleh masyarakat. Kita tercatat kampus 100 besar ranking Sinta berbanding 4.700 kampus lebih yang ada di seluruh tanah air. Semoga kerjasama antara Universitas Raharja dengan seluruh lapisan masyarakat kita bisa berlanjut sehingga kita bisa sama-sama memajukan bangsa melalui pendidikan yang berkualitas, berkarakter, dan berdaya saing. Yang pada akhirnya kita bisa sampaikan pada seluruh masyarakat, mari bergabung bersama Raharja.
Universitas Raharja melalui program studi Teknik Informatika berkewajiban untuk mempersiapkan sumber daya manusia yang bertalenta digital transformation untuk organisasi khususnya yang ada di Indonesia.
Terdiri dari 3 jenjang, ada diploma 3, sarjana, dan magister. Saat ini Universitas Raharja sedang menggalang atau ada program karyawan dengan 1 juta bisa kuliah.
Kalian ingin menjadi seorang akuntan publik, menjadi seorang yang berkompetensi di bidang akuntansi dan juga ingin menjadi teknopreneur yang sangat baik, maka boleh kalian bergabung bersama kami di Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis. Pokoknya nggak akan menyesal menjadi seorang yang sukses dan juga hebat di bidang ekonomi dan bisnis.
Profil lulusan program studi Diploma 3 menghasilkan lulusan yang mampu mengamalkan keahlian di bidangnya, bermanfaat bagi masyarakat, serta mampu menciptakan lapangan kerja. Selamat bergabung di Universitas Raharja.
Akuntansi itu seru. Hampir semua lini atau semua sektor memerlukan akuntansi. Mau keuangan, mau jasa, mau industri, mau rumah sakit, semuanya butuh pengolahan uang atau penghitungan uang. Untuk apa? Untuk mengetahui apakah perusahaan tersebut akan menghasilkan untung atau tidak, kemudian akan berlanjut atau tidak, itu adanya di akuntansi. Selamat bergabung dan bersama di Akuntansi FEB Universitas Raharja.
Daya serap lulusan untuk program studi teknik informatika juga sudah terserap dengan baik di beberapa instansi dan perusahaan. So, jangan lupa kita tunggu di Universitas Raharja.
Sistem komputer atau disingkat SK adalah salah satu program studi terakreditasi B pada Universitas Raharja, Kota Tangerang, Provinsi Banten. Visi dari sistem komputer pada tahun 2024, program studi sistem komputer menjadi masyarakat global citizen yang menguasai teknologi informasi dengan kompetensi komputer sistem dan creative communication and inovatif teknologi yang berkualitas, berintegritas, dan berdaya saing tinggi. AMC, aku makin cinta Raharja.
Sistem informasi merupakan salah satu program studi di bidang ilmu teknologi komputer yang bertujuan untuk menciptakan sumber daya manusia siap terap dan mampu menguasai dan serta mengembangkan informasi yang meliputi bisnis intelijen, rekayasa sistem, manajemen sistem informasi, dan globalisasi informasi. Untuk kalian yang ingin bergabung, datang langsung ke Universitas Raharja atau kalian bisa daftar online. AMC Raharja.
Untuk karir, mahasiswa program studi manajemen retail bisa nantinya akan menjadi pengusaha dan pemilik waralaba. Yang kedua, perencanaan bisnis retail. Yang ketiga, manajer departemen dan konsultan bisnis retail. Ayo, mari bergabung di program studi manajemen retail Fakultas Ekonomi Bisnis dan Universitas Raharja.
Harus 720.
Kasih tahu si itu berarti.
Ini berarti ini kan awalnya udah dimakan nih. Skip dulu baru reset lagi. Nanti dia balik ke ini. Ini berarti ini stop aja Bang ya, video lagi nih. Ini mau di ini enggak Bang? Ini nggak usah di reset ya Bang ya, kan video. Ini di sini. Hah? Itu sertifikat Bang jadi ini. Nah. Udah. Coba 20 ya. Bapak gede-gede ya. Ini soalnya dimakan ngapasnya tadi kurang. Udah ya. Ini mau turunin enggak? Ini udah 20. Ini juga. Ini dia nih. Layar dia.
Iya, 12.30.
Layar dia tinggi juga aja. Turun juga. Ini turunin aja di display. 2 scan. Mana? Oh, coba. Nah, itu ini ya begitu. Nah. Ya. Oke. Ya, gede sekali. Sampai bapak, biar kayak HP bapak-bapak tuh.
In this international conference, 214 papers were submitted, 83 papers were accepted, and 131 papers were rejected. The percentage of papers accepted was 39% from 12 countries and 2 continents. 12 countries involved in this international conference of ICOSTECH 2022. Indonesia, India, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Malaysia, China, Pakistan, Singapore, United Arab Emirates, Netherlands, Georgia, Oman. To ICOSTECH 2022.
Universitas Raharja, kampus pilihan masyarakat, letaknya sangat strategis. Lokasinya di jantung kota Tangerang. Mudah dijangkau dari segala akses lalu lintas antar kota dan provinsi. Kampus yang mengutamakan mutu, terakreditasi BAN PT, dan bersertifikasi ISO 9001-2015. Banyak prestasi yang diraih, didukung kerjasama yang luas, di antaranya dengan kampus-kampus unggul di seluruh tanah air dan kampus-kampus kelas dunia. Kerjasama dengan dunia usaha, industri, pemerintahan, dan lembaga sertifikasi profesi yang berkualitas. Dalam menunjang peningkatan mutu akademik, manajemen kampus berkomitmen dalam memfasilitasi berbagai inovasi kreativitas dosen dan mahasiswa. Sejalan dengan Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi, keberhasilan Universitas Raharja didukung dengan manajemen kampus yang profesional. Universitas Raharja, Choice Campus for the Better Future.
Betari Ayu. Aku adalah mahasiswi Fakultas Teknik Informatika, jurusan Multimedia Audiovisual and Broadcasting. Aku juga seorang public figure. Berkarya dalam seni peran adalah passionku. Namun, aku juga tetap bisa kuliah. Mau tahu di mana aku bisa mewujudkan itu semua? Di sini, Universitas Raharja, salah satu universitas swasta berbasis teknologi di Kota Tangerang. Di sini aku ambil kelas e-learning plus. Jadi tetap bisa berkuliah tanpa batas waktu dan lokasi. Dimanapun dan kapanpun aku bisa belajar, mengerjakan tugas, bahkan sampai sekarang aku sedang menyusun skripsi.
Raharja, universitas yang tergolong masih muda, ya, lahir pada tanggal 12 April 2019. Itu hasil penggabungan akademi dan sekolah tinggi. Alhamdulillah, walaupun kita tergolong muda, kita telah melakukan sesuai dengan ketentuan yang memang menjadi anjuran pemerintah. Kita jauh sebelumnya, sebelum didengungkan kampus Merdeka atau Merdeka Belajar, kita sudah melakukan itu. Program blended learning, alhamdulillah bahwa IT kita sudah sangat mumpuni sehingga kita ya sangat sesuai dan ini bisa diterima dan hasilnya cukup baik, ya. Lebih dari itu, untuk tahun 2021-2022 tahun akademik, kita telah membuat kebijakan baru yang selama ini kita melepaskan ya untuk mahasiswa, calon mahasiswa yang non reguler, ya nanti kita akan terima, ya kita beri kesempatan kepada mahasiswa sambil bekerja dan kuliah. Mudah-mudahan ini bisa mewadahi sehingga keunggulan yang ada pada Raharja ini bisa dinikmati oleh masyarakat. Kita tercatat kampus 100 besar ranking Sinta berbanding 4.700 kampus lebih yang ada di seluruh tanah air. Semoga kerjasama antara Universitas Raharja dengan seluruh lapisan masyarakat kita bisa berlanjut sehingga kita bisa sama-sama memajukan bangsa melalui pendidikan yang berkualitas, berkarakter dan berdaya saing. Yang pada akhirnya kita bisa sampaikan pada seluruh masyarakat, mari bergabung bersama Raharja.
Universitas Raharja melalui program studi Teknik Informatika berkewajiban untuk mempersiapkan sumber daya manusia yang bertalenta digital transformation untuk organisasi khususnya yang ada di Indonesia.
Terdiri dari 3 jenjang, ada diploma 3, sarjana dan magister. Saat ini Universitas Raharja sedang menggalang atau ada program karyawan dengan 1 juta bisa kuliah.
Kalian ingin menjadi seorang akuntan publik, menjadi seorang yang berkompetensi di bidang akuntansi dan juga ingin menjadi teknopreneur yang sangat baik, maka boleh kalian bergabung bersama kami di Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis. Pokoknya nggak akan menyesal menjadi seorang yang sukses dan juga hebat di bidang ekonomi dan bisnis.
Profil lulusan program studi Diploma 3 menghasilkan lulusan yang mampu mengamalkan keahlian di bidangnya, bermanfaat bagi masyarakat, serta mampu menciptakan lapangan kerja. Selamat bergabung di Universitas Raharja.
Akuntansi itu seru. Hampir semua lini atau semua sektor memerlukan akuntansi. Mau keuangan, mau jasa, mau industri, mau rumah sakit, semuanya butuh pengolahan uang atau penghitungan uang. Untuk apa? Untuk mengetahui apakah perusahaan tersebut akan menghasilkan untung atau tidak, kemudian akan berlanjut atau tidak, itu adanya di akuntansi. Selamat bergabung dan bersama di Akuntansi FEB Universitas Raharja.
Daya serap lulusan untuk program studi teknik informatika juga sudah terserap dengan baik di beberapa instansi dan perusahaan. So, jangan lupa kita tunggu di Universitas Raharja.
Sistem komputer atau disingkat SK adalah salah satu program studi terakreditasi B pada Universitas Raharja, Kota Tangerang, Provinsi Banten. Visi dari sistem komputer pada tahun 2024, program studi sistem komputer menjadi masyarakat global citizen yang menguasai teknologi informasi dengan kompetensi komputer sistem dan creative communication and inovatif teknologi yang berkualitas, berintegritas, dan berdaya saing tinggi. AMC, aku makin cinta Raharja.
Sistem informasi merupakan salah satu program studi di bidang ilmu teknologi komputer yang bertujuan untuk menciptakan sumber daya manusia siap terap dan mampu menguasai dan serta mengembangkan informasi yang meliputi bisnis intelijen, rekayasa sistem, manajemen sistem informasi, dan globalisasi informasi. Untuk kalian yang ingin bergabung, datang langsung ke Universitas Raharja atau kalian bisa daftar online. AMC Raharja.
Untuk karir, mahasiswa program studi manajemen retail bisa nantinya akan menjadi pengusaha dan pemilik waralaba. Yang kedua, perencanaan bisnis retail. Yang ketiga, manajer departemen dan konsultan bisnis retail. Ayo, mari bergabung di program studi manajemen retail, Fakultas Ekonomi Bisnis dan Universitas Raharja.
In this international conference, 214 papers were submitted, 83 papers were accepted, and 131 papers were rejected. The percentage of papers accepted was 39% from 12 countries and 2 continents. 12 countries involved in this international conference of ICOSTECH 2022: Indonesia, India, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Malaysia, China, Pakistan, Singapore, United Arab Emirates, Netherlands, Georgia, Oman. To ICOSTECH 2022.
Universitas Raharja, kampus pilihan masyarakat, letaknya sangat strategis. Lokasinya di jantung kota Tangerang. Mudah dijangkau dari segala akses lalu lintas antar kota dan provinsi. Kampus yang mengutamakan mutu, terakreditasi BAN PT, dan bersertifikasi ISO 9001-2015. Banyak prestasi yang diraih, didukung kerjasama yang luas, di antaranya dengan kampus-kampus unggul di seluruh tanah air dan kampus-kampus kelas dunia. Kerjasama dengan dunia usaha, industri, pemerintahan, dan lembaga sertifikasi profesi yang berkualitas. Dalam menunjang peningkatan mutu akademik, manajemen kampus berkomitmen dalam memfasilitasi berbagai inovasi kreativitas dosen dan mahasiswa. Sejalan dengan Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi, keberhasilan Universitas Raharja didukung dengan manajemen kampus yang profesional. Universitas Raharja, Choice Campus for the Better Future.
Betari Ayu. Aku adalah mahasiswi Fakultas Teknik Informatika, jurusan Multimedia Audiovisual and Broadcasting. Aku juga seorang public figure. Berkarya dalam seni peran adalah passionku. Namun, aku juga tetap bisa kuliah. Mau tahu di mana aku bisa mewujudkan itu semua? Di sini, Universitas Raharja, salah satu universitas swasta berbasis teknologi di Kota Tangerang. Di sini aku ambil kelas e-learning plus. Jadi tetap bisa berkuliah tanpa batas waktu dan lokasi. Dimanapun dan kapanpun aku bisa belajar, mengerjakan tugas, bahkan sampai sekarang aku sedang menyusun skripsi.
Raharja, universitas yang tergolong masih muda, ya, lahir pada tanggal 12 April 2019. Nah, itu hasil penggabungan akademi dan sekolah tinggi. Alhamdulillah, walaupun kita tergolong muda, kita telah melakukan sesuai dengan ketentuan yang memang menjadi anjuran pemerintah. Kita jauh sebelumnya, sebelum didengungkan kampus Merdeka atau Merdeka Belajar, kita sudah melakukan itu. Program blended learning, alhamdulillah bahwa IT kita sudah sangat mumpuni sehingga kita ya sangat sesuai dan ini bisa diterima dan hasilnya cukup baik, ya. Lebih dari itu, untuk tahun 2021-2022 tahun akademik, kita telah membuat kebijakan baru yang selama ini kita melepaskan ya untuk mahasiswa, calon mahasiswa yang non reguler, ya nanti kita akan terima, ya kita beri kesempatan kepada mahasiswa sambil bekerja dan kuliah. Mudah-mudahan ini bisa mewadahi sehingga keunggulan yang ada pada Raharja ini bisa dinikmati oleh masyarakat. Kita tercatat kampus 100 besar ranking Sinta berbanding 4.700 kampus lebih yang ada di seluruh tanah air. Semoga kerjasama antara Universitas Raharja dengan seluruh lapisan masyarakat kita bisa berlanjut sehingga kita bisa sama-sama memajukan bangsa melalui pendidikan yang berkualitas, berkarakter, dan berdaya saing. Yang pada akhirnya kita bisa sampaikan pada seluruh masyarakat, mari bergabung bersama Raharja.
Universitas Raharja melalui program studi Teknik Informatika berkewajiban untuk mempersiapkan sumber daya manusia yang bertalenta digital transformation untuk organisasi khususnya yang ada di Indonesia.
Terdiri dari 3 jenjang, ada diploma 3, sarjana, dan magister. Saat ini Universitas Raharja sedang menggalang atau ada program karyawan dengan 1 juta bisa kuliah.
Kalian ingin menjadi seorang akuntan publik, menjadi seorang yang berkompetensi di bidang akuntansi dan juga ingin menjadi teknopreneur yang sangat baik, maka boleh kalian bergabung bersama kami di Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis. Pokoknya nggak akan menyesal menjadi seorang yang sukses dan juga hebat di bidang ekonomi dan bisnis.
Profil lulusan program studi Diploma 3 menghasilkan lulusan yang mampu mengamalkan keahlian di bidangnya, bermanfaat bagi masyarakat, serta mampu menciptakan lapangan kerja. Selamat bergabung di Universitas Raharja.
Akuntansi itu seru. Hampir semua lini atau semua sektor memerlukan akuntansi. Mau keuangan, mau jasa, mau industri, mau rumah sakit, semuanya butuh pengolahan uang atau penghitungan uang. Untuk apa? Untuk mengetahui apakah perusahaan tersebut akan menghasilkan untung atau tidak, kemudian akan berlanjut atau tidak, itu adanya di akuntansi. Selamat bergabung dan bersama di Akuntansi FEB Universitas Raharja.
Daya serap lulusan untuk program studi teknik informatika juga sudah terserap dengan baik di beberapa instansi dan perusahaan. So, jangan lupa kita tunggu di Universitas Raharja.
Sistem komputer atau disingkat SK adalah salah satu program studi terakreditasi B pada Universitas Raharja, Kota Tangerang, Provinsi Banten. Visi dari sistem komputer pada tahun 2024, program studi sistem komputer menjadi masyarakat global citizen yang menguasai teknologi informasi dengan kompetensi komputer sistem dan creative communication and inovatif teknologi yang berkualitas, berintegritas, dan berdaya saing tinggi. AMC, aku makin cinta Raharja.
Sistem informasi merupakan salah satu program studi di bidang ilmu teknologi komputer yang bertujuan untuk menciptakan sumber daya manusia siap terap dan mampu menguasai dan serta mengembangkan informasi yang meliputi bisnis intelijen, rekayasa sistem, manajemen sistem informasi, dan globalisasi informasi. Untuk kalian yang ingin bergabung, datang langsung ke Universitas Raharja atau kalian bisa daftar online. AMC Raharja.
Untuk karir, mahasiswa program studi manajemen retail bisa nantinya akan menjadi pengusaha dan pemilik waralaba. Yang kedua, perencanaan bisnis retail. Yang ketiga, manajer departemen dan konsultan bisnis retail. Ayo, mari bergabung di program studi manajemen retail, Fakultas Ekonomi Bisnis dan Universitas Raharja.
In this international conference, 214 papers were submitted, 83 papers were accepted, and 131 papers were rejected. The percentage of papers accepted was 39% from 12 countries and 2 continents. 12 countries involved in this international conference of ICOSTECH 2022. Indonesia, India, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Malaysia, China, Pakistan, Singapore, United Arab Emirates, Netherlands, Georgia, Oman. To ICOSTECH 2022.
Universitas Raharja, kampus pilihan masyarakat, letaknya sangat strategis. Lokasinya di jantung kota Tangerang. Mudah dijangkau dari segala akses lalu lintas antar kota dan provinsi. Kampus yang mengutamakan mutu, terakreditasi BAN PT, dan bersertifikasi ISO 9001-2015. Banyak prestasi yang diraih, didukung kerjasama yang luas, di antaranya dengan kampus-kampus unggul di seluruh tanah air dan kampus-kampus kelas dunia. Kerjasama dengan dunia usaha, industri, pemerintahan, dan lembaga sertifikasi profesi yang berkualitas. Dalam menunjang peningkatan mutu akademik, manajemen kampus berkomitmen dalam memfasilitasi berbagai inovasi kreativitas dosen dan mahasiswa. Sejalan dengan Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi, keberhasilan Universitas Raharja didukung dengan manajemen kampus yang profesional. Universitas Raharja, Choice Campus for the Better Future.
Namaku Betari Ayu. Aku adalah mahasiswi Fakultas Teknik Informatika jurusan Multimedia Audiovisual and Broadcasting. Aku juga seorang public figure. Berkarya dalam seni peran adalah passionku. Namun, aku juga tetap bisa kuliah. Mau tahu di mana aku bisa mewujudkan itu semua? Di sini, Universitas Raharja, salah satu universitas swasta berbasis teknologi di Kota Tangerang. Di sini aku ambil kelas e-learning plus. Jadi tetap bisa berkuliah tanpa batas waktu dan lokasi. Dimanapun dan kapanpun aku bisa belajar, mengerjakan tugas, bahkan sampai sekarang aku sedang menyusun skripsi.
Universitas yang tergolong masih muda, ya, lahir pada tanggal 12 April 2019. Nah, itu hasil penggabungan akademi dan sekolah tinggi. Alhamdulillah, walaupun kita tergolong muda, kita telah melakukan sesuai dengan ketentuan yang memang menjadi anjuran pemerintah. Kita jauh sebelumnya, sebelum didengungkan kampus Merdeka atau Merdeka Belajar, kita sudah melakukan itu. Program blended learning, alhamdulillah bahwa IT kita sudah sangat mumpuni sehingga kita ya sangat sesuai dan ini bisa diterima dan hasilnya cukup baik, ya. Lebih dari itu, untuk tahun 2021-2022 tahun akademik, kita telah membuat kebijakan baru yang selama ini kita melepaskan ya untuk mahasiswa, calon mahasiswa yang non reguler, ya nanti kita akan terima, ya kita beri kesempatan kepada mahasiswa sambil bekerja dan kuliah. Mudah-mudahan ini bisa mewadahi sehingga keunggulan yang ada pada Raharja ini bisa dinikmati oleh masyarakat. Kita tercatat kampus 100 besar ranking Sinta berbanding 4.700 kampus lebih yang ada di seluruh tanah air. Semoga kerjasama antara Universitas Raharja dengan seluruh lapisan masyarakat kita bisa berlanjut sehingga kita bisa sama-sama memajukan bangsa melalui pendidikan yang berkualitas, berkarakter, dan berdaya saing. Yang pada akhirnya kita bisa sampaikan pada seluruh masyarakat, mari bergabung bersama Raharja.
Universitas Raharja melalui program studi Teknik Informatika berkewajiban untuk mempersiapkan sumber daya manusia yang bertalenta digital transformation untuk organisasi khususnya yang ada di Indonesia.
Terdiri dari 3 jenjang, ada diploma 3, sarjana, dan magister. Saat ini Universitas Raharja sedang menggalang atau ada program karyawan dengan 1 juta bisa kuliah.
kalian ingin menjadi seorang akuntan publik, menjadi seorang yang berkompetensi di bidang akuntansi dan juga ingin menjadi teknopreneur yang sangat baik, maka boleh kalian bergabung bersama kami di Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis. Pokoknya nggak akan menyesal menjadi seorang yang sukses dan juga hebat di bidang ekonomi dan bisnis.
Profil lulusan program studi Diploma 3 menghasilkan lulusan yang mampu mengamalkan keahlian di bidangnya, bermanfaat bagi masyarakat, serta mampu menciptakan lapangan kerja. Selamat bergabung di Universitas Raharja.
Akuntansi itu seru. Hampir semua lini atau semua sektor memerlukan akuntansi. Mau keuangan, mau jasa, mau industri, mau rumah sakit, semuanya butuh pengolahan uang atau penghitungan uang. Untuk apa? Untuk mengetahui apakah perusahaan tersebut akan menghasilkan untung atau tidak, kemudian akan berlanjut atau tidak, itu adanya di akuntansi. Selamat bergabung dan bersama di Akuntansi FEB Universitas Raharja.
Daya serap lulusan untuk program studi teknik informatika juga sudah terserap dengan baik di beberapa instansi dan perusahaan. So, jangan lupa kita tunggu di Universitas Raharja.
Sistem komputer atau disingkat SK adalah salah satu program studi terakreditasi B pada Universitas Raharja, Kota Tangerang, Provinsi Banten. Visi dari sistem komputer pada tahun 2024, program studi sistem komputer menjadi masyarakat global citizen yang menguasai teknologi informasi dengan kompetensi komputer sistem dan creative communication and inovatif teknologi yang berkualitas, berintegritas, dan berdaya saing tinggi. AMC, aku makin cinta Raharja.
Sistem informasi merupakan salah satu program studi di bidang ilmu teknologi komputer yang bertujuan untuk menciptakan sumber daya manusia siap terap dan mampu menguasai dan serta mengembangkan informasi yang meliputi bisnis intelijen, rekayasa sistem, manajemen sistem informasi, dan globalisasi informasi. Untuk kalian yang ingin bergabung, datang langsung ke Universitas Raharja atau kalian bisa daftar online. AMC Raharja.
Untuk karir, mahasiswa program studi manajemen retail bisa nantinya akan menjadi pengusaha dan pemilik waralaba. Yang kedua, perencanaan bisnis retail. Yang ketiga, manajer departemen dan konsultan bisnis retail. Ayo, mari bergabung di program studi manajemen retail, Fakultas Ekonomi Bisnis dan Universitas Raharja.
In this international conference, 214 papers were submitted, 83 papers were accepted, and 131 papers were rejected. The percentage of papers accepted was 39% from 12 countries and 2 continents. 12 countries involved in this international conference of ICOSTECH 2022: Indonesia, India, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Malaysia, China, Pakistan, Singapore, United Arab Emirates, Netherlands, Georgia, Oman. To ICOSTECH 2022.
Universitas Raharja, kampus pilihan masyarakat, letaknya sangat strategis. Lokasinya di jantung kota Tangerang. Mudah dijangkau dari segala akses lalu lintas antar kota dan provinsi. Kampus yang mengutamakan mutu, terakreditasi BAN PT, dan bersertifikasi ISO 9001-2015. Banyak prestasi yang diraih, didukung kerjasama yang luas, di antaranya dengan kampus-kampus unggul di seluruh tanah air dan kampus-kampus kelas dunia. Kerjasama dengan dunia usaha, industri, pemerintahan, dan lembaga sertifikasi profesi yang berkualitas. Dalam menunjang peningkatan mutu akademik, manajemen kampus berkomitmen dalam memfasilitasi berbagai inovasi, kreativitas dosen, dan mahasiswa. Sejalan dengan Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi, keberhasilan Universitas Raharja didukung dengan manajemen kampus yang profesional. Universitas Raharja, Choice Campus for the Better Future.
so easy, or it cannot? What do you think?
Thank you so much, sir, and thank you so much for Mr. Sabda for questionnya.
Candidates data has been blockchain be tampered with hacked easily? Oh, of course not. The high level of security and reliability is one of the characteristics of blockchain technology. Not only that, there are many advantages of blockchain technology, such as blockchain management on a peer-to-peer network that does not have any vulnerabilities that computer hack might exploit, because the method used to security include using cryptographic hashes, where the storage data can be tampered with, let alone manipulation for personal gain. This makes it possible to shoot transaction, for example, application of cryptography blockchain technology. Okay, sir.
Okay. Yeah, there is one more question from Mugali. Yeah, she would like to ask, why did you choose the security of blockchain technology in education? So why do you prefer blockchain other than technology, especially in education?
Okay, sure. Thank you so much, Mr. Gali, for question. Why I cross blockchain technology in terms of security?
Mr. Gali, ya. Sorry. Yeah, Pak
Mr. Gali, sir.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, let's go ahead, Pak Agung.
Okay, sure. Why I cross blockchain technology in terms of security? Because utilizing the potential of blockchain technology is indeed very important at this time because of high security. So it's not easy to hack or manipulation data. For course can be applied the real world, including the field of education. Blockchain technology is here to go a lot of attention for research and practitioners. In the regard, there are unique features of blockchain technology related to decentralization system, security, and data sharing. Yes, sir.
Okay, I think your answers are very good. Yeah, especially in explaining how the blockchain have several advantages over the other kind of security technologies. So as we all know, blockchain is very popular nowadays since it has so many security features and it's very strong. That's why it is implemented in many fields, including in education. So I think because of time, thank you very much for Pak Agung's presentation. It's a very good study, and I hope, I think we all hope that you can continue the study in blockchain related topic. So good luck with your research that you have been doing, and hopefully you can publish a good paper in this blockchain topic. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay, now we will continue to the next presenter, paper ID 131, Pak Galih Sesna. Time is yours.
Hello everyone. First of all, thank you for letting me presentation my ICOSTECH paper. Okay. Before I start this presentation, I will introduce myself. I am Galih Putra Chesna, usually called Galih, from University of Raharja, Indonesia. I will deliver a paper presentation titled Durability Prediction Model of Reflector Material Against Solar Energy in Corrosive Environment with 7 slides in the next 6 minutes. Before discussing this paper, let's get acquainted with 5 great writers who unite the power to write this paper. The first author was Mr. Wahyu Manurian, and the second one is Mr. Padeli, and the third one is Miss Ruli Supriyati, and the fourth one is Mr. Dede Cahyadi, and the last one is Gali Putra Chesna. In this presentation, I will present 4 things from my research, namely abstract, introduction, and conclusion. In the abstract section, the energy generation in solar thermal energy vastly depends on the optical behavior of the reflector materials of the solar field. Corrosion of solar reflector might be an issue in location with high corrosive environment, because an excessive corrosion of the solar mirror could be catastrophic for the profitability on the concentral solar thermal plant. The concept of this research was to test reflector material using the charge test. In the figure 1 was the seam of the silver glass reflector with 3 backpan layer, or also known as RLA1 material, where the reflector have a 3 different layer thickness with the RLA1 material. Also, the charge test was a chopper accelerated salt spray test. Is a test used to determine the resistance to corrosion of aluminum alloy. We use the charge test to know the resistance to corrosion situation in different corrosion environment. The next section was the method we used. We will use the example of the reflector and material and metallic sample in the outdoor exposure test. Such in the previous study was talking about the durability of the reflector and metallic sample to provide the result of the charge test. And also, we were using the example from previous research about the characteristic of the sites where reflector sample are exposed. So we can know the durability of each reflector material in each different site. And the conclusion of this research was to know the proportion of region consumed with the width of erosion spot after around 3 years of outside openness. Depending on the material and location, as it is observed in the table 2, Almeria and Atacama Desert saw a value similar between them and higher than Tabernas. In Almeria, the reflectance in the non-corroded area, or also known as PNC, was mainly affected by dust deposit, mixed with the salinity of the ambient, which were accumulated on the glass. However, in Atacama Desert, PNC was altered by sandstorm, which corroded the glass. Furthermore, is it perceived that the material had similar value within the same site. This is because the material possesses the same type of glass in front layer. So the lifetime prediction models between charge test and outdoor were developed for estimate the reflection evolution of for silver glass reflector material. Inside with corrosivity classes C3 and C4, where the corrosion can be affected through the energy generation of the CSP plant. Taking into account the optical behavior and the cost of the solar reflector, it is concluded that in C3 sites, it is expected a significant reduction of the capital invested for the purchase of the solar field, because it is impossible to use some low-cost reflector for more than 20 years of outdoor exposure. However, considerable degradation is expected for low-cost reflector material after 50 years of exposure in C4 environment, affecting to the optical behavior and therefore to the performance of the CSP plant. For sites with high corrosive environment, it is recommended to use reflector with 3 pan layer because they probably preserve its optical characteristic of for the time. Okay, that's all from my presentation. Thank you so much for your attention and see you again.
Jadi tanpa berlama-lama langsung kita ke tutorialnya, guys. Jadi hal pertama yang harus kalian lakukan adalah register di website yang namanya restream.io nih, seperti ini guys ya. Lalu di sini kalian sign up kalau kalian belum punya ID, dan kalau kalian sudah punya ID kalian tinggal login aja. Karena gue kebetulan punya ID, gue akan login aja coy. Kalian login, dan ini ada begini yang bullshit banget. Lalu kalian akan masuk di beranda di dashboard tadi yang namanya restream.io. Nah di sini kalian tinggal add channel guys ya, kalian add channel. Lalu kalian pilih YouTube Gaming ya. Kalian bisa juga pilih YouTube yang stream atau YouTube event atau YouTube. Sama aja basically ya. Cuma di sini gua akan pilih YouTube Gaming aja. Dan kalian pilih Connect YouTube Gaming. Kalau kalian sudah pernah login sebelumnya di YouTube dan dengan alamat Gmail kalian, ya nanti akan muncul langsung otomatis. Ini ID YouTube gua. Tinggal gua klik aja.
For the next presenter is
allow.
paper ID 122.
Dan sudah selesai. Untuk YouTube kita sudah ada. Sekarang kita akan mau menambah yang namanya streamcraft guys ya. Ya udah, gue tinggal add channel lagi. Jadi di sini ada banyak guys ya, kalian bisa add lagi channel-channel yang lain. Cuma channel-channel lain tuh kayak nggak terkenal gitu ya. Kecuali Twitch aja, kalian juga bisa nambahin Twitch kalau kalian familiar dengan Twitch ya. Cuma di sini kita akan fokus to the point. Kita akan pilih yang namanya streamcraft. Dan di sini langsung ada yang namanya read TMP, URL dan stream key lah. Gini caranya kalian harus ke streamcraft-nya guys. Streamcraft-nya. Dan seperti biasa tentunya sebelumnya kalian, aduh ini ada Kopetra di sini. Sebelum sini gue udah punya ID. Ada kayak petunjuk recommended bitrate yang diperlukan untuk Anda kalian. Lalu kalian pilih get stream key ya guys ya. Nah, kalian tekan get stream key yang ini. By the way di sini ada kayak petunjuk recommended bitrate yang diperlukan untuk sebaiknya ya untuk streamcraft. Seperti yang bisa kalian lihat nih, ada bitrate-nya begini. Dan di sini frame rate-nya direkomendasikan untuk menggunakan 30 fps. Tapi tenang aja guys, jangan khawatir. Kalian tetap bisa main di 60 frame rate, di 60 fps, dan juga bitrate-nya juga bisa lebih dari ini karena memang requirement YouTube kan lebih tinggi gitu ya. Di YouTube kita bisa main di 60 fps, sedangkan di streamcraft kalian rekomendasinya cuma 30. Tapi jangan khawatir, kalau kalian bikin 60 fps di output OBS atau Streamlabs Ops kalian itu nggak masalah ya. Jadi gua akan langsung aja get stream key. Wow, ini tidak boleh ditunjukkan guys ya, ini tidak boleh ditunjukkan. Gue udah login juga, jadi gue read TMP, URL dan stream key lah. Ini caranya kalian harus ke streamcraft-nya guys. Streamcraft-nya muncul langsung otomatis. Ini ID ID YouTube gua. Tinggal gua klik aja. Dan jebret, allow. Dan sudah selesai. Untuk YouTube kita sudah ada. Sekarang kita akan mau yang namanya streamcraft ya. Ya udah, gue tinggal add channel lagi. Jadi di sini ada banyak guys ya, kalian bisa add lagi channel-channel yang lain. Cuma channel-channel lain tuh kayak nggak terkenal ya. Kecuali Twitch aja, kalian juga bisa nambah Twitch kalau memang kalian familiar dengan Twitch ya. Cuma di sini kita akan fokus to the point. Kita akan pilih yang namanya streamcraft. Dan di sini langsung ada yang namanya read TMP, URL dan stream key lah. Ini caranya kalian harus ke streamcraft-nya guys. Streamcraft-nya familiar dengan Twitch ya. Cuma di sini kita akan fokus to the point. Kita akan pilih yang namanya streamcraft. Dan di sini langsung ada yang namanya read TMP, URL dan stream key lah. Ini caranya kalian harus ke streamcraft-nya guys. Streamcraft-nya. Dan seperti biasa tentunya sebelumnya kalian, aduh ini ada Kopetra di sini. Sebelumnya kalian harus sudah punya ID streamcraft dulu guys ya, karena di sini gue udah punya ID ya, dan gue udah login juga. Jadi gue langsung aja to the point, gue akan pilih yang namanya go live di beranda kalian, lalu kalian pilih get stream key ya guys ya. Nah, kalian tekan get stream key yang ini. By the way di sini ada kayak petunjuk recommended bitrate yang diperlukan untuk sebaiknya ya untuk